thank you again for attending. It's going to be another long day. It should be fun. It was great yesterday to see all the different ways that Sensei affected people, and I'm assuming we're going to see that again today, which is amazing. I know I wouldn't be the person I am if I hadn't met him. So his death made the world a little grayer, but his life made all of us a little brighter. And that's all I got.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's only 6 a.m. in Hawaii, so some people are still joining us.
Okay.
I'm not in Hawaii, but it sounds really early when you say it like that. Yeah, we've already got several people from around the world here logged on. We've got some folks from Norway, Portugal, and of course, Riga, Latvia, where Mikhail Dzondzua Sensei will be leading class today, and we get to join him right there in his dojo. I asked Mikhail to tell me recently to remind me how he met Choate Sensei. And he said, I met Kevin Choate on June 6, 2007, when I came to his dojo in Chicago on Lincoln Street in Chicago. He remembers the exact day. Kevin had and has a very powerful influence on me. Thanks to Kevin, I got to know ASU and Saotome Sensei and Aikido Sensei. I studied Aikido with Kevin with Portuguese and Turkish Aikidoka, and also organized Kevin's seminars in Riga, Latvia, and Obninsk, Russia. Thanks to Kevin, I also met Munetsuge Sakabe Sensei from Aikido Aishinkan, Kumamoto, Japan, from whom I now study Aikido. I'm very grateful to Kevin Sensei for showing me what else Aikido can be, how you can and should learn Aikido, and how you can and should teach Aikido to others. Thank you, teacher and friend. Please join me in welcoming Mikhail Dzondzua Sensei.
My vocal English is not so slight as and good as written, but I'm really pleased, and it's really an honor for me to start this second day and in remembrance of Kevin Choate Sensei, and actually this phrase, a friend and a teacher, came from him. It was the second year we have since we met, and once I've been in Chicago, and I asked him actually, how should I call you, because we have kind of he had actually kind of strange attitude to me. I saw the kind of quite friendly, and it was surprising for me as well. And I asked him, how should I call you? And he said, you know, usually friends are better than teachers, so call me friend. And since this moment, even in my mind, I called him a friend and a teacher. So, and he remained for me in this kind of status. And when he passed away, I'm trying to find my way. Actually, it was 2 times when he changed my life and my attitude to Aikido, because before I met him in the 6th of June in 2007, and I definitely remember the exact day, and I almost quitted Aikido. It was just curiosity to visit some dojo in Chicago with a man, not Japanese, with 6 dan. It was a curiosity for me, and I came into the dojo. Nobody was there, and was there, and just from the beyond the shaman, Kevin came, looking in the coffee can, just, and I welcomed him, and he welcomed me, and asked, will we have a class here? Will you have a class here? He said, if someone will come. So, and I said, may I participate? Yeah, see waiver, fill out and participate. And I didn't expect much, but during the class, I saw why I should continue to learn Aikido, and why should I continue practice, because he showed something which was absolutely amazing, and it's really amazed me, and it made sense for me to continue my practice. And then when he passed away, I was just kind of lost in the and I saw Gary there, and I remember it was kind of the same feeling for him and for me. And I tried to find someone who can keep me on the way. So Munetsugi Sakabe Sensei was one of the people whom I met because of Kevin, and I wrote to Sakabe Sensei, and he invited me kindly to Kumamoto. And right now it's like I'm continue to practice Aikido under the teaching of Sakabe Sensei, and even right now my dojo calls Aikido Aishinkan Latvia, but even this happened because of Canin. So because I met Sakabe Sensei in Colorado in one of the camps, and Canin invited me there, and Canin actually showed me Sakabe Sensei on the seminar, and he said, you know, this guy is very interesting. So in the even we dedicate this seminar to Kevin and say, let me start seminar, and as soon as this is the first class, I think the ritual will be kind of we can allow ourselves to have a ritual from the Aishinkan dojo. So from this dojo. Even I remember that Kevin didn't like actually the rituals. He used to say, okay, you bow and clap and then I will come. So it's like, no problem for me. But let me start with the Aishinkan dojo ritual and continue with my sharing, just share with you some things quite simple, I believe, and maybe quite obvious for you too, but let maybe discuss and talk later and see, maybe it will be useful for you to teach others, to practice for yourself, and maybe even if some tiny things that will enrich you Aikido and your practice of Aikido. Okay, let us start. Small breathing exercise from the warm-up for the beginning, and it just opening your hands, inhale, keep tight, keep the breathing, count to 5 or more, and exhale. Inhale, palms up. Okay, for warming up, I will ask to Alexander to join me, and yeah, I'm observing warming up of the hands, for example, and I'm just find out that I need to install, and I need to use this movement in my practice as well. So, and I find out that when we are just keeping our arm, we can tense these muscles. So it's like you using the rope to and just get your rope around your palm. So, and it looks like you're using this movement to move your hand, not just squeezing here, but using the connection between your left hand and right hand, and definitely the second movement as well. So not just squeezing here, but using your hands and just finding the connection and finding the round here. So it's simple movement, but it helps then when you're working with your partner. It helps you to feel the tension there. And you definitely saw the Nico movement as well. So, yeah. And when you are working Nico movement, you're trying to keep your hand tense and press on the diagonal part of your back. So when you are using this, the tension should go down here. So you're not just moving your hands like that, soft. No, you make tension and you moving this tension across your back. So, and then when you're making Nico, you know how the partner feels this. So you can find the connection between your technique and feeling of your partner. So next usual exercise during the warm-up is kategaeshi. Definitely you saw this hundreds of times. And when you are making kategaeshi, you need to find the same feeling of tension across your back. when you're moving your hand, yeah, Alexander showing very good, even lean on one side. So, but you don't need to lean. You need to find the tension across your back. So, not just doing like that. It could be easy, but tense your hand and feel tension across your back. Because later on, when you are making kategaeshi, you exactly know how your partner feels this tension across his back. Because you're practicing this and you make this tension bigger or stronger or softer, and you can imagine, can understand, and can manage the straits of this tension. So, and this simple part of the warming that allows us to feel our body better. So we doing Sankyo as well. Sankyo, elbow up. Yeah. When we're doing Sankyo, we're trying to get us up. We're trying to bring us a little bit higher, and definitely we can feel the tension across our backs as well. So we are doing one hand and not just twisting the hand from us, not just doing the soft movement, but doing the movement up and exploring how the tension moves across our back. So later on, working with the partner, we can know exactly how he feels when we are doing Sankyo and work with him being connected. And definitely the idea of connection came from Aikido Sensei. Thank you to Aikido Sensei. Yeah, it was actually my first time when I visited Colorado, and I came for the Jo class. And Aikido Sensei asked to take a Hanmi. So I'm staying in Hanmi, and Aikido Sensei just walk across the field where we were. So because we were out of the hall, so on the open air, and he just little bit touching the ends of the jaw. And when he came to me, he said, he touched the jaw and said, not connected. Not connected. What? Yeah, and for next maybe 8 years, for me, it was just kind of question, what means to be connected? And right now, I'm glad to understand the idea of connection. But we can practice, and we can practice connection with our own body during these exercises. So not just waving here, but using the tension, using the twisting of the joints, and using and feeling the whole body. I mean to the across leg. So if I'm doing Nikyo on the left hand, I can use my right leg here. So the tension till the right hand. And the same with Sankyo. When I'm doing the Sankyo, I feel tension across my back till the right leg. So, and when I'm doing the Kategaeshi, I can explore the tension going across my back. I see you trying, so, and I'm glad to see that. Yeah, and it's interesting because we are doing this on the almost each seminar or during the warming up on classes. So it makes us to think differently about the simple things on even on the beginning of the class. So, and definitely we have different things to yeah. I enjoyed yesterday to see how George Dashman showed to getting up on the knees. So in this simple exercise, I'm using to show how to do the shiko. Yeah, because for me shiko is not just moving up and down, but it's a way how to start move my hips actually. So, and I'm just annoying to my students to move hips as much as possible. So even staying just making 180 degrees movement on the both sides. So moving forward and moving back. So just be more aware of how the hips are exactly moving. So bringing attention to the center of the body, and I'm almost twist myself almost 180 degrees here. So if you right now just need to practice alone, you can practice with your body and use this movement to increase your sensitivity of connection between parts of your body, of your own body. And then when you will be able to practice with partners again, so you will be more sensitive, you will be more aware of what's happening with you and with your partner, just projecting your experience on him. So, and yeah, and actually all this came from Choate Sensei, because he used to say, you know, and sometimes he said, yeah, once he said, probably I'm annoyed to the people in dojo, because for last year on each class I'm doing just Shomenuchi Ikyo, Omoto. That's it. So, and when we asked him how to increase the quality of our techniques, he said, you know, you need to make this exercise 10 minutes each day, 10 months, and your 10 months, yeah, and your technique will be better. So, and once I just recognize it, I'm quite bad on turning. So my twist movement are not satisfying me. So what I'm starting to do, after each class, I did just in time, both directions. And I did it after class for 200 times. 200 times, this counts as one. And then I started during this exercise. I will not suggest you to do with me just boring stuff, just repetitive twisting. But during this exercise, I started to understand how my body moves and how my posture is creating, how it's stabilizing during the twist. So and later on, 1 year later, I'm just felt that my turns became much better. So we can use even this time when we have to practice by ourselves to improve our technique, so to make our technique better. And in here, yeah, and during the lockdown, I observed a lot of senseis. It's really interesting moment because yeah, we have this possibility to see what is shown to us. And one exercise which is very important for me right now, it's twisting my hips, just changing legs. So trying to keep my posture as vertical as possible, in not moving my axe, or my vertical axe, or my center, if you prefer. So you just, and it's like, you know, like just you like hitting your knee, and knee just goes down. And my usual practice is to make, no, Mr. Sendo, I'm just would like to insist that it's you just making your knees be tight, and you can check by your hand how your posture is formed. So you can keep hands here, so you can your shoulder a little bit beyond your just little bit just on one line with your knee and heel. So in you changing this and you keeping this line, and this helps later on to work with uke. And when you are making, for example, uke, you just can turn your hips additionally. So here, and you using this posture to make technique easier. So it's have a practical application there. So, but for me, it's just work with hips. And I remember the picture of Choate Sensei with a sword, and I remember that the posture was exactly like that. So with open hips, with straight back, and completely formed by the movement, which is the same for me as that one. So as this one for me. So and this is one of the exercises I'm just suggesting for the people who are starting and who continue as well. So because for us who are practicing a lot of time, we still need some time to make our technique more precise. And yeah, and one more exercise which is quite useful and could be used as for warming up. It's exercise when I'm just keeping this point, not moving, and standing up. And if I'm using my left hand, I'm staying from the right foot, so I'm from the right leg. And the main idea is to keep this point, this axe, not moving, not show the partner that you are moving. And if you are practicing alone, let's make a wall. And you can practice alone just using the wall. You're not pressing on the wall, so it will be visible if I will press. But you just touching the wall with your fist and making this exercise. What it gives to us, you saw this exercise a lot of times, I believe. And if we used to say to people who are practicing with us that we don't need to move this point, and actually I'm not moving this point. So I'm moving by myself, but I'm not moving this point. And this came from the exercise I just shown. Yeah. So this is mainly what I, yeah. As for classes right now, definitely I'm just trying to show the connectivity ideas and ideas of moving or not moving the parts which are caged. So, and yes. Maybe some questions on the point.
I don't see any questions in the chat at the moment.
I don't see the chat actually. Yeah, no, I don't see question here. Yeah, but just one.
If anybody
Okay,
has.
Lisa just wrote that she's away, but it's okay. Okay, let's continue. Actually, we are practicing with Alexander. What's Aikan Sensei showed yesterday. So we are practicing moving of the center, and this is actually an interesting exercise to practice, but you need it definitely. So, and for being a long exercise, I still believe that you can use the same idea of just touching the wall, just touching the wall and moving around. And definitely it was the very interesting point on one of the seminars which I saw, ASU seminars. And this is really interesting how you can practice just in front of the wall. If you put in hands here, you will make yourself very light. But if you put your hands here, you can make yourself very heavy and difficult to move. And then you are trying to move hands lower and lower, but still you can manage the strength and you can manage how heavy you are. And later on you can put your hands even quite low, but still pressing from down to up, so you can just increase the pressure on the floor. So it's very interesting exercise because again you can manage how heavy you are. And later later you just can, when you will practice with your partner, and you can teach easily people, even people who just started, you can easily teach how to make the partner easier or how to make partner heavier. So, and it's actually all quite connected to the idea of center. So we are working with the partner and pushing it is like wall from down to up, and he is easier. Or we just pushing from up to down, and he is heavier. But we can exercise this just in front of the wall. So just touching the wall, moving hands, and pressing from the down to up, or pressing from up to down. And maybe it's simple, but it's makes sometimes quite interesting outcomes. So we can find interesting in ourselves. And definitely it takes a lot of repetition. So yeah, and good for practice. Yeah, just like that. Okay, and I'm just watching how much time do I have, and for the end, just practicing it a lot. I'm experienced attention and some problems in my knees and in my back as well. So, and then I asked my friends and watched to Tamura Sensei seminars with exercises exercises for the recovering ourselves. So at the end of my session, I would like to show exercise, just group of exercise for recovering, and it really helps to recover my knees, and because I had a pain in the left knee, and when I'm practicing this, it's completely gone. I saw something. Was it something in chat?
Yeah, there is a question from Gary.
Yeah, I see. You can do both actually, Gary. Yeah, I'm starting with symmetrical pressure, and then I'm starting to experience with different dimensions. So, but for the beginning, it was quite an opening for me. It was quite an opening for me that I can manage the weight of my body on the floor. Yeah, and then I'm starting to experiment with different postures as well. Yeah, and during these experiments, I'm lowering. Yeah, I'm lowering my body, and I'm getting higher as well. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just shifting the weight a little bit. Yeah. Thank you, Gary. And now a few exercises for recovering, and you can do it with me. When I'm breathing, I'm used to tense myself little bit, yeah, and even tense from my back. So I mean, I'm just inhale, and I make myself tense. So this is little difference, but later on it helped me with my ki, because when I'm inhale and I'm tensed, now I'm quite solid. And then when I exhale, it's quite easy for me to breathe out and to make a sound even without using my voice length. Length? Is it length in English? Sorry, it's like sometimes I'm losing words. Yeah. Okay, so exercises. Let's we are starting sitting. We are starting feeding. And we're doing 15 inhale and exhale. We are not keeping the breath. So we are 15. Then we are moving our back as we are trying to get up. So we are moving this way. Is it visible? Is it visible, Craig? I see you, and
Yeah.
it's moving hips, and when I'm moving my hip like that, I'm inhale as well. So 15 times. $15 times. The next one is exactly what Josh showed yesterday. So it's simple, straight movement. So with a straight back, we are moving up. And we exhale here and inhale here. So 15 times. Next one is twisting. And twisting is somehow depending on lever. So you need to exhale when you're turning right and inhale when you're turning left. So and it's you take your palms on shoulders like that, and you're twisting with a straight back, left inhale, right exhale, and it will looks like that. $15 times, but I like exactly this exercise so much. I'm used to make it 30 usually. So next one is quite similar to the third, but you're not just staying on your knees, but you open your breath, breast, and when staying, and when you're going down, you just twist your shoulder And inhale is here. Here is inhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. So it's a little complicated, but very useful and pays off later. So it gives a lot of effort on your practice and your back as well. So your whole body. So we can start from here or from here. So inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. $15 times. Then you make your legs straight and inhale here. Like the movement is like that. Inhale here and exhale there. So you need to here. So you need to move it with some straights towards you. So towards your abdominal zone. So and it looks like ten, and on 10 you take your fingers on your foot and just breathe in, breathe out, just stretching yourself forward. The next exercise looks like yoga exercise. Dog looks down. It's like you inhale when you up, exhale when you down. So inhale, exhale. On 10s, you stay up, you keep yourself up and breathe in, breathe out. Five times. You can continue doing breathe in, breathe out like that. And if it's possible for you like that, but it's not necessary, it's up to you. The main exercise is quite simple. Then you can sit like that, just crossing your legs, or if it's possible for you to use this posture, like in yoga again, and make myself visible. So, and twist yourself with straight back, backwards. And you just making short twisting movement, not strong one, but definite. And on tens, you're stopping this twisting movement and just looking on your back, looking this direction. You just breathing in and breathing out. It looks like that. And then you are doing this on the, not changing your legs. You're just twisting yourself to the different direction. And then you're changing your legs and doing the same to the other side. Yeah, and last exercise is the same as the first one. So you are sitting on knees and just breathing in, making you tense, and breathing out, making you relax. And it takes 5-8 minutes, depending on the speed you are used to. You can perform these exercises, but it's really it's depending on the condition of your back and your knees. But if you're practicing this, you will feel better in 1 or 2 months. So it's not immediately. Maybe sometimes, but for me it not works like immediate medicine, but it definitely helps me moving easier and feel better, because we all kind of becoming older, so and we cannot make our body, our bones symmetrical, but we can make them more movable because of these exercises, and actually let us move easier. So it works. At least it works for me. If you need the list of these exercises, I will be glad to share this list with you later. So I believe through Craig or through Gary, we can be connected easily, so you can ask me questions there. Yeah. So enjoy your practice. Let us make the final ritual to end the class, and maybe share a short story about kind of couple of words about Canin again. So so thank you for watching me. Thank you for this possibility to join this seminar. And it's even I'm teach some people. Usually I'm not used to the situation when someone called me sensei. It's still strange for me. So thank you for this title, and it's probably the first time when someone using this title to me publicly. So it's not just a kind of joke. It's hi sensei, like like that. So sorry if it was too simple for you, because I know all of you are experienced people. So, but I believe that even aunt could be a teacher. So if I'm just tuned to learn. So and I'm really will be glad if you will take even small, a tiny thing from this class and will use in your everyday practice or in practice with your people. And it's my dedication to Kevin Choate Sensei, and I'm really amazed how he impacted me. I never thought that it's if someone even in the beginning of 2007 would tell me that I will be changed just by one man, so I probably will never believe them. So by him or to this man, but it's really happened, and I'm just amazed how this man, even after his unexpected death, still impacting people, still making us remember him, gather together in I mean be together and share our practice, which are still have impact, and still I'm personally still have openings, some insights, and I'm just taking my head and used to say, that Kevin said this in, I don't know, 2008, yeah. And just one kind of simple story about him as well. We visited him in 2008, I believe, first time in Chicago, and then and he showed us 18 directions of taking hand. So just 18 directions of taking hand. And we practice later on in Riga, we practice these directions, but we quite often we argued, is it this direction or that? And then we visited him again in 2009 probably, and asked him with my friend Martin. He's not here, but we with him remember. I know he's remembering Kevin Sensei as well. So we met Kevin and asked him, Sensei, could you show us these 18 directions of taking hand? And he said, what? 18 directions? Forget about that, forget. 118 directions. So, and you know, just 1 year or maybe even less passed since we met him and talked about the 18 direction, but he was far beyond that, far away from that. His technique, his understanding developed so much, and I believe that it's the main one of the main impacts of the Kevin Sensei. We still learning a lot, and I believe that gathering here or gathering later on in real in physics, so we will increase our technique and our understanding, and in years and months we will be far beyond this understanding of Aikido. So in developing, in part of our developing, at least I would like to say about myself, the part of my developing in Aikido always will be dedicated to Kevin. So thank you so much. Thank you for watching me. I see I took all time what was yeah, for me. So thank you, Oleg. Спасибо, Oleg. Yeah, thank you guys for good words. If I will find some questions, so I will answer later on, or write me. Gary has my email address, so I will be glad to see you in Riga once, or in United States as well, if it will be possible. I believe it will be possible soon. So guys, yeah, and yeah, I'm glad to see here all people from Portugal and from Turkey as well. So, and it's from Obnitz definitely. And yeah, I was one of the extreme translators, because I was looking for Kevin and translated him in simultaneously. So, and we had a lot of fun time. Yeah, a lot of.
Well, thank you very much, Mikhail Dzondzua Sensei, coming to us from Riga, Latvia, from his dojo in Riga, Latvia, where Kevin Choate Sensei visited and taught, and clearly had a profound impact on yet another person in the world. It just reminds me how many people all over the place from many dojos that Kevin Choate Sensei really had an impact on. We all, last night at the happy hour and even throughout the day as other instructors presented their memories of Kevin, it's clear that all of us were profoundly impacted, and in many different ways and at many different times. It reminds me that as Mikhail is in Riga, Latvia, he pointed out that there are folks joining us today from Lisbon, Portugal, from Norway, from Obninsk, Russia, just outside of Moscow, from Turkey. Yesterday, we had someone join us who was in Saudi Arabia. I know that there are people from all over the United States here today. So I'm very excited that we can bring so many people from so many places together for this. So once again, thank you, Mikhail Dzondzua Sensei, for that wonderful start of the day. Next off, we're not gonna take a break this morning, folks, right between classes. If you need to get some water, please do so. Listen to your body, take care of yourselves. You are ultimately in charge of yourself in your own home or in your own dojo. So take care of yourselves, listen to your body. If you have any issues, be sure to check in with yourself and make sure that you're okay. Next off, I am delighted to present, we were just talking about Lisbon, Portugal. Miguel Goncalves Sensei, who is from Lisbon. He began studying Aikido in 2002 with Rodrigo Diaz Sensei. Since 2004, he's been studying under Jean-Marc Duclos Sensei. And in 2008, he organized a seminar with Kevin Choate Sensei in Lisbon and changed his perspective on Aikido. And he started to follow Kevin at that time. In 2009, he started following Hiroshi Ikeda Sensei as well. And I had the pleasure of attending a seminar with Ikeda Sensei in Lisbon, and it is a very active and energetic group of Aikidoka. So please welcome Miguel Goncalves Sensei.
Hello everybody. At first, I want to thank Craig and the organization for inviting me. It's my first time teaching Aikido in the Zoom. It's not a thing that I'm used to. It's a pleasure to be here. Kevin, since I changed not my Aikido, but all my life, and start me thinking in things completely different. If my English is bad, I ask sorry in advance. We'll start. And if anyone have any question, or you just can ask or text, I will read, or you can just unmute yourself. I think you can do that. And just ask me, because 1 hour is a lot of time. And we have time to answer questions and time to do everything. So I'm in my house. Nowadays in Portugal, we are in a lockdown situation. So we cannot leave our place after 1 p.m. So I have to teach in my house, and I help Rodrigo Diaz to help me in the class for some exercises. I will talk about how I'm working nowadays in my home, because we're living strange times, and Aikido classes, at least in Portugal, are not allowed. So you cannot do practicas with the proximity with people. So Aikido and similar activities are not allowed nowadays in Portugal. And we several of the time we are in the house in lockdown. So I'm starting thinking about how can I do my work in my house without a tatami, without a very small space, and thinking the same way that I'm thinking in the dojo, but working in a house. And how can I discover and doing my exercise in the house? So one of the things that I talk with Kevin Sensei already is about change. And lots of senseis in this seminar talk about change and tension and release and the ball. And I am concerned myself to study all about my body and how can I listen with my body to other people. So I'm a big guy in Portugal. Normally I'm a strong guy, but when I meet guys like Craig, for example, that are bigger than me, stronger than me, so I'm struggling with fighting with the other person, the other Ukian. And I have to change. I have to change. I have to find a way. I have to understand what is connection, what is center, what is balance and balance, and these kind of things. So I start to try to understand these concepts. And we were talking yesterday about tension and release. So, and I have several examples, chains. And so, for example, it's not a magic trick, it's a tissue. So if it's like a silly thing, but if I pick up in the button and I do a tension in the tissue, if I release, there is an action that is relative to this tension. So different quality of tensions have different quality of results. So if I do this and I release and nothing happens. If I do a circular movement, so a spiral movement, it's just a silly example, but if I do this kind of tension and I release this tension, you have movement. So this is obvious. But when we work with our body, it's not so obvious for us. So we have an hip, and our hip make a break between our lower part and our upper part. We use our hip to move, but when we want to do strength, if I use my hip, I unconnect my body. So the first exercise I want to propose to you to do is just lock your hip, don't do this movement, and spin your body until you feel your big toe. So you're going to spin right side, doing this. Not doing this is not twisting your hip. It's you lock your hip and you just twist your upper body until you feel your big right toe. And you can look back and you can twist the most you can. One side and the other side without moving. So it's completely different of this. It's not this. So it's lock, just lock your hips and your upper body twist. So the idea is to connect, for now, very simple, your big muscles, your muscles in your back with the muscles in your leg. So because when you use all body, you have to really use all body. But we go there. So doing this and the other side. So for example, in this exercise, if you have a partner, you can feel that is a lot more strength that you can do it. So, for example, Rodrigo, cuidado no fio. So it's strong. This is my arm power here. I'm doing my arm power. This is my hip movement. And now I lock my hip and I just twist my upper body. So, and the arm, if he open his hand, my arm is completely relaxed. So you just relax your whole upper body, and if he can open his arm, and it's completely relaxed. And doing this, you don't push with your arm. You just use your body, not like this, but doing a spiral inside your spine. So, thank you. It's the same thing. You imagine this, you are relaxed, and you can put a little tension in your arms, but you just do this movement without moving. The important part of this exercise is don't move your hip. You just do this. And you'll see in a bit what you can move your whole body doing this. So it's just to feel and focus on feeling the big toes of your feet. If you are feeling pressure in your big toe, in your big toe, you are doing right. So if you should feel pressure in the ground. The idea it's we talked yesterday about earth and heaven, but it's not linear. It's not linear earth and heaven. It's spiral like this. So, and you use all your body. So one more time. Okay, I sensei yesterday talking about this drop weight. So Choate Sensei too about dropping weight. The problem for me, it was dropping without connection. And for example, if like this here, I have cables, sorry. So for many years I was like doing in the arms first, and then doing like dropping, but my body is not connecting. So, and doing this example, you twist your body and you drop. So it's you put your whole weight. And you can test this just straight. You push your upper body up and just drop. Push up until you can. So, and you can do, like Kida Sensei said many times, you can direct that punch. Like you can put a lots of directions. It's not one direction, you could put directions. So what you can see now, and I will ask you to do, you move your hip and punch with your belly. And you see your body don't move. You test it, you just move your hip and punch your belly. And you do it several times. So move your hip and punch with your belly. So now, what you do, you lock your hip, twist the most you can, push everything up, and punch. So, and your body should move. If you are connected to the toe, you twist, you push up, and when you punch, your body should go. You can try it, and I will do it. You can do several directions. You can do back two. Yeah. It looks strange, but it's my own work. And if you unlock your hip, what is happen? This you don't move. So because your upper body is separate from your lower body, and in many things in Aikido, I realized that. So when they talk with Kevin Sensei about change, the change always have to be connected. So if you drop in gravity, they automatically connect. But if you're doing like this, there is no connection between the elbows. And if you tension like this, the release have a meaning. But if you twist, they connect in a different way. And everything is connected. The same with the body. So, and just one more time. Okay, another exercise we can do that I should normally do at home. There is making wave movement, because movement is one of the best ways to connect our body. When we jump, all body is connected. It's not half go up and half go down. So doing like this. And one exercise that we can do is just put your weight on your knees. Just lower your body and start pushing your body up. And here, you in this point, imagine a line that push your spine, push up and push down. So, okay, you can do this exercise first. So if you have a jaw or something, just put on the wall like this and going up. It's not the shoulders. It's not shoulders movement. It's not like this. It's your chest going under and your chest going up. And try to extend and try to feel this point here. So we expand from this point. So what you can see is you're going down and then push this point. And if you can stay in this position a while, you explore this position. Okay, so this is the objective, is connect upper body with the lower body. I'm just focused now and giving vocabulary to my body to understand things better. And we're doing a lot of mobility later, but now I'm just focus and link my body. My music teacher said to me, Miguel, if you want to play this level, you have to listen to music on this level too. So, and it's the same idea. I'm trying to educate my body to listen to himself. If I want to move in some kind of way, I'm trying to put vocabulary to understand what I'm listening, and I can speak in a better way with my body. So this is just an exercise to connection with the upper and lower body. So now in the other, let's go to the other exercise. And when you twist, you keep this sensation and you fix your body. You fix your outside body. So my inside body is going to twist the most I can. I keep my inside body in this position, and I'm always feeling my big toe, and I fix my external body, keeping the internal body in this twist. So you cannot feel, I'm a little with the shoulder a little bit up. So you don't see, try to not see, but I'm doing this. And if you have a partner, you can do just doing this. So if you're going normal, you're going down, he fights with you. So this is normal way. My backbone is back. I'm not connected, so I cannot go. And now I twist my whole body back. I keep that relation, and now I fix my external body. And now just drop. Of course, when you drop, you start losing that movement, but then you go straight line down. So it's not, if you do arm power, it's the most normal way. You do arm power, and normally you do like body, like this, and nothing happens. And I'm doing the same, but first I connect to the ground, completely connect to the ground. It's strange. I fix and just drop. So, but when I'm dropping there, I'm dropping I'm dropping all my weight connected, not just my upper body. You can always, if you push a car, you don't push a car with your arms, don't push like this. You put in this position and you start pushing your car. So you use all body to push a car. Here is the same. You have to use all body to move, and not moving with just doing with your arm like this. Kevin Sensei talked to me a lot about someone told the same yesterday, that the arm is locked, but you are free to go. So you have lots of movement that you can do. It was Aira Sensei. You can move a lot in the, so you can do like break dance, and it's no problem because your arm, it's your arm that is free. It's locked, not your body. But if I want to move him, if I start to struggle, and the other exercise, you can just relax, always relax. You can ask to your kid to open the hand all the time. So if he is open the hand, and I'm like this, I'm tensioning my shoulder in my arm. So I'm all relaxed, and it's my body movement. You can do the other exercise too. It's not to push him, it's just to see the reaction of he's strong, don't move, and you. It's strange, but you should feel your body move. And if you want to push, of course, you twist. It's not about technique, it's just physics. So like this, pushing, and I'm locked, and just my body twisting. And my body is relaxed, all my body is relaxed. So, other thing that normally I felt a lot in Aikido. It was a separation between my left side and my right side. And normally when someone grab you, you focus in the lock and you forget everything. You forget your name, the name of your mother, you forget everything. So, and if you put a rubber band in between your wrists, if you separate your arms, if you want to move the right end, there is a force in the same proportion in the opposite direction of your right hand. So when if you have a rubber, I don't have a rubber band, but if you have a rubber band, you start to pushing one side, and the other side is with a force in the opposite direction. So normally people, what you do, compensate that force and do the same in both ends. And if you have a rubber band, you normally don't do like this. So you do the same in the both ends. In my practice, normally I tend myself, when someone grab me, I'm doing like this in my arm. So the way I find in my home to connect left and right, actually, Rodrigo tell me a thing so we can experimentate, and I like a lot, so you can do all together if you want. So if you have an object, so for example, my phone is over here. If I pick my phone with just one hand, it's easier. So because I don't have connection between my right and my left side. So it's like this. I want to bring my phone. Okay, easy. So what we can do, like 5-10 minutes, it's put the both ends working together, and really give this idea. So you use a jaw, so between your arms like this. Okay, nice. And now you grab the phone. I cannot grab the phone in the same way because the jaw goes down. So to grab the phone, I have to use my body in a different way. So I cannot use the same way of thinking if I'm just like this. If I just like this, one hand, I want to grab something, and I don't think about it instinctively. What I propose is you arrange another ways to do the same thing, so your brain creates different connections, so you free more space in your brain. So if you put like this and try to do typical things that you do at home, for example, grabbing the phone. So I was testing. I have a bouncing ball, so I was just doing this and try to move and have the jaw always with me. And the same we can do in the Aikido technique. So, for example, you can just beginning one could be Suki or Katadedri. For example, you try to do a movement with the jaw here. So, if Suki comes, you try to do everything that we do with the jaw. Just your brain have a focus in both ends and not Itsuki comes doing like this. So, and after you maintain that sensation and work the same way. But before something that you do, you can grab an object and you can walking on your house, going to make dinner with a jaw like this. It's just to make connection between the two ends. And if you have a partner that comes Suki, and you can try to move with always without losing the jaw. So, and this exercise is just to open different ideas. After a while, you can forget the jaw and keep the sensation of doing things, and your mindset is in both ends and not just one side of your body, and be in both sides, and trying to always, when you walk, like Aikido Sensei always says, walk in the funny way, and doing like this, it's exactly like that. So try to do normal things that your inside moves without moving your hip. Because if you move your hip, what is happening, you are not moving the bigger muscles. You lock your hip to move your bigger muscles in your body and in your legs. So trying to do this, always your body moving, and front and back too. And different ways. Kevin Sensei told to me once that he feels some bumps inside his body, always in different positions. So, and it's kind of this sensation of moving your body in different strange ways that allow you to unlock positions when you are struggle when someone blocks you. So, and this always extend the maximum of your body that you can. But don't use just the upper side. Use your upper side and your lower side. And what time is it? Okay, so we have time. So don't do like punching. If you punch with your belly, don't just punch. You use your knees going up, going back, and then you punch. See, don't just drop here. Start in the feet, going to your knees, pushing these muscles, push up, everything goes up, everything goes back, and then you push. And you should feel, if you punch right with your body, like if you punch with your arm, you should feel your body wants to go. It should feel it's everything going. So in boxing, they don't punch with arms. They twist and punch with the hip. So it's the same principle. So they don't do this in boxing. They don't do this. Normally, they are fronting to the opponent, they twist, and they release. So it's not like this. It's so all body goes, and you can do walking on your house, and no one is seeing when I listen, and you can just doing this. And in dojo with the opponent, the same. It's strong, don't go, and it's not doing this. No, it's wait, and now you're doing this movement. So, and the other side is working too. You imagine some stuff happening. Always I'm doing this, and my right side, I can start a movement in my right side. So, and your body's always working. And this movement you can punch like here. This is one of the most strong parts of our body. When a building, o Pedro caiu. when the building collapses, lots of people that stays under the things, they can survive because our body have strength to breathe. So this is a very strong part. This point you have is a very strong part. So if you punch, for example, if you like this, you can punch with your arm and you can use this. So it's not arm power, it's your body power. So, and this you can work like, and you can just be staying and try to push back, feel your tailbone and just push here. Just to be more faster. Or you can do slowly. And then you can put everything together. So it's like a wave coming from back. And it's like, so it's not pushing him, it's a wave coming back. So I'm trying to work this. Okay, a second part of this class, I want to focus on working in the ground, because I don't have tatamis in the house, and I think most people don't have tatamis in the house. But principle, because in the streets there are no tatamis. It's a shame. I asked to the Prime Minister to put tatamis in all the streets. He don't listen to me. I don't know why. But so, working the ground, the things. First, we have to accept the floor. So accept the floor, and the first thing is lower our body to the floor. And our human being rest position should be this. And you should be comfortable staying like this many times you can. So I every day like to be like 2-3 minutes like this, just feeling my backbone, feeling my spine, try to pushing. Sometimes I push a little bit, like what we were talking yesterday about César. I'm like to do the same in this position. That is, so like here, don't do this. And I like to push my spine and going up like this. So it's not using my back like this, but I'm like stretching my spine. So I'm like this, and I'm just, and always pushing, use bem nas costas. I'll use this spine pushing. It's not the same. It's not the same this. This is pushing here. Here I'm using my spine. Atrás. See, my upper almost don't move. Is my back is moving. And the other one is my front that is moving. Okay? So, next. One thing that I like to do, it's So going to the floor without using my hands. So I'm going like this. I like to put a knee, and here you can do like this. For example, it's easy. But I'm a heavy guy and not so flexible, so I have to find ways to deal with things. Here, if I want to go up, like Jim says yesterday, all the people need symptom. Yeah, I have the same. So if I want to go up like this, it's difficult for me, and I can do it, but it's not ergonomical way. So starting moving on the ground, you put one leg back, and now you use your knee like a pivot spot, and it's just easy to go up. And it is easy to go down again, and it is easy to go up, side directions. I have to deal with this cable. So try to just sit down and just going up. The most comfortable way that you can without using your arms. So it's important, don't use your arms to do this. It's just going up, going down, and going up. And if you are good doing this, you put the jaw in your arms, and you do the same. And if you can move to other directions. And if you feel pain, try to understand why. So if you feeling that some part of your body is hurting you, try to find a spot, a soft spot that you can move better. If I'm doing like this, for example, there is a lot of pain in my bones and my knees. So I try to just relax and fire away. And I'm comfortable. If I put much tension here, I have pain. So I use a spot that I don't have pain. And you have to figure out your body. I cannot tell when you feel pain or not. And it's different from people to people. There is no two bodies equal. So another thing, it's to move like you do that exercise, the ball exercise that we do in dojos, but in ground, it hurts a lot. And if you going to the ground, you don't do this. You can do it, but it hurts. If you're doing like this, don't slap the ground. It hurts. You can believe me. You don't need to test. And so, and if you put your elbow too, you're going to feel pain. So you have to accept the ground and the floor. And you put your hand, and here you push like you go back. So you don't collapse your body. You push the ground, so you create a tension to your body, and not doing this, collapse your body. You put the hand, push, and when you feel the tension coming to your body, you absorb that tension, and you go and let your body going. And the same, here the same, you don't slap, and you start pulling. You start here, put your hand, let's see, and pulling. You start pulling your body and release that tension. So it's the same idea. You create tension and release. But you have to study what is the quality of the tension and what is the quality of the release. And in this case, you just not do this, don't fall. So you push and pull, create tension and release, push, release, tension, release, push, and you should not feel any pain. If you are feeling pain, you are doing something wrong. So slow the movement and trying to figure out why you are not setting the floor. Try to figure out how the floor can help you and go very slowly. You should work always slowly. Normally, when we speed up, we hide the mistakes. And when you work slowly, it's more difficult and reveals more what is your practice. So you can work very slow and feel all the connection with your body on the ground. And it's just a beginning exercise. But you realize lots of things. You realize, at least me, realize that I cannot slap the ground. The ground don't mind, but I mind a lot slapping the ground. I have to be careful with the joints, knees, this bone, I don't know the name, this bone, knees, elbow, shoulder. So you should use the soft parts of your body and not the hard parts. And if you use push and pull with both sides, you create a good tension in your body and not like a crispy tension. It's not doing this. It's not being, no, you should read what you put an input and you should read output and just very slowly, just play like kids. And then you can change to the other exercise. I have a cable. It's more difficult. And you can just play like the kids play in the ground. You do the same. And there is no rules for that. And so to finish, you can do just one more exercise. That is, don't use your arms. And like Christy was talking yesterday, Christy Sensei talking about the warm exercise. It's very interesting exercise. So, and you can do a similar thing that you just move to the ground and instead of being on this position, you give a lot of revelation of the body. So you try to do the first exercise, the twist exercise, try to do in this position. You're going to put your arms and try to twist. And it is easy because your hip is down and you cannot twist your hip. So it is easy to see how much you can really twist your upper body. And keep that sensation. And then come up, keep the sensation of the exercise in the ground, and then come up and do the same thing. And you feeling the exercise on the ground. Always try to, at least for me, make a loop. So you starting in a point, somewhere, somehow, you're doing your thing, and then try to close in the place that you start. So it can be your own ideas, but starting somewhere, doing a circle and try to finish in the same spot. Trying to make a connection between the beginning and the end of your own practice. Because it's not to be several disconnect exercise. And when you do this exercise on the floor, the sensation is different. Bring that sensation to up and then do the same exercise in the front. And feel the difference before and now. And that's all. Thank a lot for the people that was listening and attending the class. Thanking Craig and the organization one more time. And if anyone have any question, please ask me. Otherwise, you have 10 minutes break, I think so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miguel. That was Miguel Goncalves Sensei from Lisbon, Portugal. It's really delightful to be able to interact with our friends from all around the world. I keep saying this, you probably will get tired of hearing me say it, but I've been saying it for years. And Trace Hoffmeister Sensei said it yesterday about how Kevin really contributed to the social aspect of Aikido, initially, an organization, but then I think in general in the world. And that's evident to me as I watch us yesterday and today go around the world, the dojos that Kevin Sensei visited, and to friends that Kevin Sensei connected us with. And if you haven't had a chance or hadn't had a chance until today or yesterday to meet Ayan Kaya or Alia Ovcharenko, Mikhail Dzondzua, Miguel Goncalves, any of these friends from other countries and other dojos, well, now you have because of Kevin Sensei. So for me, it brings me great joy to be able to continue to build that bond and to see old friends and familiar faces. So we've done a little tour of Europe this morning, and we're going to come back to the US. We're going to go back to Florida, where we were yesterday. But today, we're going to be training with Brian Canin Sensei in Orlando. Brian Canin Sensei started his martial arts journey in South Africa as a youth. He began his training in Aikido in 1988, coming to Shindai Dojo under Hooker Sensei.
So let me know, Kay or anybody, when it doesn't come through, and I'll regroup.
Okay, but this is definitely much clearer than before, so we can actually hear you.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. We can just okay, starting at the beginning, I just have to thank Gary and Craig and Kay, Steve, for this extraordinary, inspiring program that I just enjoyed so much. I was going to do something that was fun for all of us, but we'll try it anyway. What happened to us when we shut down is I took some of the students I had online with Zoom classes, believe it or not, out of my house, which works a lot better than here. And what we did is we set ourselves a goal of three things. We said we wanted to make ourselves strong because we weren't training anymore. And we wanted to be flexible. And we wanted to focus on movement and our internal awareness. So what we did worked very well. And the group that was with me is really strong. And we were going to do a little demo, which I want to pass on to you because they're kind of interesting. And what it is take some time. I'm going to let you do this. Get some space, and you're going to do a squat. And I'm going to do it with you to time it. And basically what we're doing is we're doing a very slow squat. And so I'm going to start right now. And this is how we make ourselves strong. So I'm starting to go down, keeping my posture, and stay with me. And I'll tell you where we are. we're maybe 80% down right now. And now we maybe hit 70. And it really gets interesting once we hit 50%. So now we're at about 50% down, and we go really slow, and really slow. And we're going down, and we're still going down, and we're still going down. We haven't got there, we're maybe 80%. Now maybe we're 85%, maybe we're down to 90, 95, maybe now. Finally, we get to the bottom, all the way to the bottom. By the way, if you stay in this position for 3 minutes several times a day, it'll solve most of any back problems you have and straighten out a lot of other things in your body. Now we're going to come up very slow, very slow. We've come to 95%. We're at 90. We're at 80%. We're at 85. We're at 80. We're at 70 now. We're at 75, 60, 50. And coming up from 50 is quite easy. So that's a little takeaway. It's just one of many exercises we were doing to keep ourselves in shape. And we would do a set of stretches and hold the stretches for 2 minutes at a time. And that worked out. So anyway, that's a short story of what we've been doing when we've been on Zoom classes, trying to stay ready. So the dojo finally opened up to a point where we're having fewer classes and keeping our distance by using weapons. And so the class that what I was going to demonstrate today was two partners had a jo, and we practiced distancing to where we move and touch the jos very lightly from a movement, and only the last 6 inches of the jo. And that's interesting. And what we found out of that discipline was the distance maintenance and a very light touch in one unified movement was fun. But when we put that into a more dynamic framework and try to do arms taking, by watching that jo, you always were late. So then you had to switch your focus to watching the body movement, which makes sense because the body moves way before the weapon. So we were going to show you that, but alas. So then I thought a little bit to share my thoughts about Canin Sensei, both as a friend, a teacher, and a collaborator. And I think I really started to get to know Kevin when we collaborated on a program we call the Aikido Atlas Foundation. And that was very much inspired by Kevin Sensei and Craig and myself. And then when we got it formalized as a nonprofit, Gina and Josh became very important, and Bruce Wondercut is a huge funding source for us and a very great leader, and many other people. So that was how I got to know Kevin in a deeper way. The rest of how I got to know Kevin was, by the way, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Kevin. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good, I guess. Mostly through summer camp and seminars. And then, of course, phone calls. So we would chat a lot with each other. And I was fortunate to be sort of outside the political orbit, if you want to call it that, in the Aikido world. And so we could chat very freely, and I would try to give him comfort when that was necessary, which was quite often. Kevin Sensei would go in and out of favor, and I think a lot of the top students did the same. And so I would try to help him when that happened. And while we were on that subject, I think one of the things that got him in trouble was the chain. And that was completely misunderstood. People thought that the chain was all about Systema, and he was introducing that into Aikido. And they completely missed the whole point of the chain, which was Kevin Sensei was research. He was researching things that he continually did. And as Gary knows, he'd research something for 3 months or maybe the most 6 months and start over. And that's what was so amazingly inspiring by Sensei. But anyway, on the chain, for example, I think some of the things, we talked a bit about it earlier. One of the things that I think fascinated Sensei about the chain was firstly just to think of it as a little bit like the links we have in our body, our joints, and how they interact. And then I think you found it interesting that the links in the chain always drop. They don't go up. And you can't push a chain up, you can pull a chain down. And he found that interesting. And then the other thing he found fascinating was that the links fall in the same direction, but they all have a slightly different path. And for that Sensei, what that meant was what he called lines of potential. They always had different lines of potential going in the same direction. And Sensei would say, Kevin would say, the partner with the most lines of potential wins, which I thought was fascinating. And then the other thing to remember is Kevin Sensei could do beautiful Kion when he decided to do that, which is when he didn't have a chain. A little bit of a joke, but and so I think some of those things that got him in a little bit of trouble once in a while was I think Tommy Sensei, I think, expected his senior students to be up front. And oftentimes Kevin would be way in the back of the room, kind of doing some of the things that interested him. He was not ever doing Systema, but he was doing some of the things that interested him. And often it was with me and or others. And I think that got him in trouble. That's just one of those things. The other thing I remember about Kevin is his humility was amazing, and he was basically a joker. He was a very serious guy, but he was a joker, and that made him fun to be around. And he wanted, my view of Sensei was he wanted to make people successful. He would spend a lot of time in the middle of a seminar that he was conducting with white belts, trying to help them. To where everybody will say, hey, where is he? You find it back in the corner with helping someone out. And then the last thing I'd say about Sensei that comes to mind is Sensei had an unusual habit of talking to himself for a long time. And we all knew that if you wanted to actually hear what he was saying, which was critical, you had to get right front and close to him. And I will say that later he corrected that, and we used to joke about it. But he did a very good job. For example, on the Midwestern Bridge, 2012, there are 2 discs out there. I think you can get them from Aikido Sensei. They are absolutely priceless as far as what Kevin Sensei was doing. And if anybody wants one and can't get it, and you copy me with my email, you reach out to me on my email, bcanin, Brian, B for Brian, bcanin@canin.com. I will make a copy and send those to anybody who wants one. So I thought maybe moving on a little bit to some of the takeaways that were good for me of training and listening to Kevin all those years. And these are just one-liners, because what I did is I was a compulsive note taker, and so I would take notes all the time, and I've got them all typed up. And anybody who wants these, also let me know, and I will get them to you. So Kevin Sensei would say, move to where you are comfortable, and it's closer than you think. And the Systema training definitely validated that. He would say, respect and accept the first attack, but make sure there's no second attack, which means you got to have Kazushi on your partner most of the time to stop that. I think his interest in self-awareness was huge, and something I've picked up a lot, which is observing tension and managing tension and creating tense parts of your body and releasing it in separate ways. And that usually throws your ukes off, which is great. So he would fire up various parts of his body and do that without transmitting the energy through his hand or the hand that grabbed. So those are drills that we practice in our dojo, and you can have fun doing it with any level student. Sensei would say, use your legs first. Move don't put tension in your upper body. And use your arms to invite your partner's energy into you, into your stable area. He also said, make the basic techniques look beautiful. So those are a few things. He also said, Uke has to give you 50%, or else you have to use a teme, which means you have to hit them to wake them up. And my sensei, Hoka Sensei, used to say, I can get into your body through your mind, or I can get into your body through your body. So those are some of the takeaways. I have a few more, seeing as how we got plenty of time here. Kevin Sensei would say, when your partner comes at you, give them what they want. Don't resist. And then see all of the openings. If they freeze, you can hit them to wake them up. Don't block. Don't throw faint punches, which is really making your wazo authentic, I think, in a very beautiful way. By moving internally, your hips and your knees, you can confuse them. And you have multiple lines of potential, like we talked about earlier, and that goes back to the chain. Let's see. Those are some of the things that I wrote down. I've got memos of this stuff for anybody that's interested. I'll be happy to email them to you. And those are some of the things that stand out. Now, I did have two drills that I thought would be fun, which we can talk about. I would have had to talk about them anyway because this thing wasn't picking up any audio if I got out on the mat. So this is a drill that I think Kevin Sensei would have really found interesting. And interestingly enough, I learned this from a person called, let's see, what was his name? Lewis at Shobokan Dojo, Washington, D.C. And we were working together, and he obviously found some deficiencies in what I was doing in my posture. So he gave me a drill. And this is a very interesting drill, which you can do with even your significant other. You have someone just hold your hands out in normal position. And they don't do anything. They're just there. They just have made contact with you. And then you go through a 4-step exercise. And the first thing you do is to be your normal height. Now, your feet are fairly close together. They're not spread apart. So you become your normal height, and that doesn't mean in a militaristic way when you straighten up your shoulders and you get tall. You just relax into your normal height. And then you consciously just think about relaxing your shoulders. And then you think about relaxing your elbows. And then you think about relaxing your wrists. And the amazing thing is that your partner will just float into you and be completely unified with you. So that's musubi in a beautiful static way where you can actually pay attention to all the things that are going on. But you, at that stage, are also in good posture, and you have unity. You guys can still hear me? Anybody?
Yes.
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 Sorry.
Oh, you can still hear. Okay. I was getting used to talking to myself.
Oh, we're all listening, Brian.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Okay.
I don't know about those guys, but Christy and I could hear you for sure.
And I'm very
As long as
interested
you
in
guys
getting
can
those
hear me.
notes that you have, Brian. It sounds fascinating.
So anyway, let's keep going. So why do we want to talk about unity? Unity is the most important thing that you can do in any martial art. And, Josh was talking about it. Kato Sensei talked about it. And I've been thinking about it forever, about how do you unify yourself without tension. And it means you're in posture. It means that you are not planted. And we have a drill for that, actually. And the drill for that is a takeoff on the one we just described. And, you know, the idea of unity is interesting because the other drill I was going to show came from Vladimir, actually, which is fairly recent, and he talks about walking. And believe it or not, he's got 2 whole sections on this DVD about walking. And the thing that was so interesting that I know Kevin Sensei would just absolutely be fascinated by this is the idea of walking with steps that are flat. And why would you take steps that are flat? Because if you don't do that, there will be tension in your calf or your quad. But when you take small steps, flat-footed, you can avoid the tension. And then the next thing is a really deep mental idea, is when your foot goes down, you feel the floor pushing up through your foot into the rest of your body. And once you practice, it takes a lot of work to where you're stepping continuously, slowly, with small steps, flat-footed. And every time your foot goes down, you feel the floor pushing up into you. And the way to think about the value of that is when you take a big step and your foot goes down with pressure and you're stable, but you're stuck. Think about that. It's very deep. When you take bigger steps, you are stable, but you're stuck. So if someone kicks your knee when that foot goes down, you're in trouble. So with this system, you are never stuck because every step actually never stops moving. And I think Kevin would try to explain this to us, but it was difficult until I saw this on this latest video. So anyway, that was another drill we were going to do. And then I was going to show some drills with my partner Steve here about how we move around in the dojo now, in my class, with Joes touching each other only at the last 6 inches of the Joe and staying in contact. No matter who moves or how you move, uke nage, we don't break the contact. And it's a light touch. It's very light, and we have our posture. And it's very interesting and has lots of potential. And that's about all I've got, guys.
Okay.
Tell me if they
Well,
can use auto, for example.
that's no small amount, Brian. That's a big chunk that you've already covered.
Well, is that from Colorado?
That was Craig
Who
Rice Sensei.
was that?
That was Craig.
Okay.
Sorry.
So if you guys could hear me, thank you so much for pitching in there, Jason. And that was wonderful, brilliant idea, and makes me feel a little better now. So my big apologies to you guys, and my great compliments for this amazing event that I have so much enjoyed. And thank you all, and I'm going to sign out right now. Thanks so much.
Brian, are you still there? Would you be willing to entertain a couple of questions on the audio connection?
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll try.
Okay. And
Yeah, there's one question. Somebody's asking if you can speak a little bit more about the chain.
The chain, yeah. Okay, the chain. Well, first thing is I went out and got myself a nice big chain. Another thing about the chain is if you are interested to see martial arts application, pure Aiki movement with a chain, you try to see Vladimir Vasiliev using a chain. And I'm sure that inspired Kevin. But that's combat stuff where someone's, whacking you with a chain. And what's beautiful to watch about it is you know, if you stand still, that chain just wraps around you, and the tail of the chain really clips you. So you have to move in a beautiful way to blend with the chain, including if they throw the chain at you. So I think some of that inspired Sensei a lot. Now, we never practiced that because that is hardcore Sistema, and it is very amazing to watch. So anybody who wants to see where maybe the chain started, I'd encourage you to check that out. But getting back to Sensei, it was so funny at that bridge seminar in Chicago in 2012, because he brought the chain into play, and he actually said, you know, I think I've forgotten more about the chain than I remember. So the chain definitely captivated him for a long time, and I think the chain has a sense of unity about it. It's this soft unity that now fascinates me a lot, which is if you can have posture and you can have unity in your body without tension, maybe what's tight, as I said yesterday, what's tight is maybe your fascia is actually all tightened and your muscles are not. That's a new idea I'm thinking about that I got from yesterday's discussion. And I think Sensei was interested in the unity. And by the way, unity in the body with these really good practitioners like Satomi Sensei and Kevin Choate Sensei and Aikido Sensei, they're mystified that you don't have it. They keep talking about, you know, you have to have a unified body, and they assume you have it, but nobody tells you how to do that. So that's what I've been working on, is how to work with my students to get unity in their body without muscle tension and freedom of movement. And I think that's what Sensei found so interesting about the chain in all the ways that he explored it.
Excellent. There's someone else also mentioned that it reminded them, Calvin On said, of a seminar he taught where we walked around as if bicycling. The stepping.
Bicycling. Yeah. Sensei definitely used that analogy of how you move, how you walk. And what's interesting about that is when you're on an Aikido mat, you can walk in a certain way or move in a certain way. You can slide. But if you're outside, or if you're on a wood or a carpet, you don't slide. You have to lift your knees. So we get sort of trapped in our dojos about only one way to move. You know, we move beautifully, and I was watching people move beautifully, but you need to move in different ways under different circumstances. And if you're in tall grass, you have to walk with very high knees. You have to move your knees way high to step over stuff. And if you're on carpet, which I train another group of people on Sistema, basically on carpet, and you do not slide around on carpet. You know, it does damage to your feet. So I think Sensei, he realized that you could move in interesting ways by lifting your knees. And actually, he would often, because the attacks would be relatively slow in Aikido, he would sort of lift your knee, and your partner would be hypnotized by that movement, and you would be able to take their balance. So that's a good reminder. Thank you for that.
That's great. Thank you very much. Craig, over to you.
I've been training with you guys the way I planned it. I really do, and huge apologies for that.
Brian, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your memories, insights, and bringing some of your feelings and thoughts to the seminar this weekend. It's really wonderful to share all these experiences, and thank you so much. That was Brian Canin Sensei from Orlando, and we really, really appreciate him being here.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the second half of day 2 here at the Choate Sensei Remembrance Seminar 2020. Thanks for everyone for coming from all over the country and all over the world to be here for this very special event. And for our next teacher, we have a very special person, Lori Nusbaum Sensei, who started Aikido in Oberlin. And I asked her recently to remind me how she first met Kevin Choate Sensei. And she said, I remember seeing, but not meeting Kevin when I went to Chicago with a van full of Obies in the late 70s. I was a newbie, but I do remember watching him and thinking, I don't know who that gangly skinny guy is over there, but he sure seems to understand something. Well, how true that turned out to be, she said. But at a personal level, the true meeting and connection was at a Boulder summer camp later, where Kevin would regularly appear, and where practice on the mat mingled with that off the mat, building community, and with so much humor, Choate Sensei led the charge. Please join me in welcoming Lori Nusbaum Sensei.
Well, thank you, Craig and Gary and Kay, and thank you to all of the amazing instructors and participants. I've learned so much, both from the instructors and then also from the questions that have been put forward by the participants. It's just been really such a rich experience. And not only the questions, but all of those little vignettes and stories and moments and pictures of moments and all of that, whether it's been during the classes or during happy hour yesterday, that are ones where, you would look and just see people just nodding and understanding and mutual understanding of the experience of learning from Kevin Sensei and being friends with him. The deep, profound relationships that we all know in our body minds of that relationship. The impact that's been talked about through the last 2 days that he had on so many lives. And so it's really been such a rich experience. And again, thank you. I don't exactly know why I was asked. I'm not a sensei, and I don't have a dojo. In fact, I'm not even near a dojo right now. I live in a Zen monastery. But Gary asked me to share something, so I do what Gary tells me to do. So here we are. So I think that, we've heard so many of the various principles that Kevin would emphasize and punctuate. And I'm going to talk a little bit, and then we'll do an exercise that I think maybe gives us the chance to practice some of the things that we've heard about, the aspect of freedom, this interplay between tension and control, and how tension sometimes is necessary, but impedes control really in the end, of unifying and things like that. So we'll get to the physical in a second, but from my own, as well as those things, something that just came up in the little break, just in the moments right before we started up again, was Craig Sensei talking about Kevin inventing old people Aikido on the spot. So it's exactly in line with what I wanted to emphasize, which is really responding to the conditions that are right in front of you, accepting them, understanding them, and then being able to respond appropriately to every situation. So one of the things that he said to me, probably he said it to everybody, is, no matter what the attack is, whether it's strong, whether it's weak, whether it's fast, whether it's slow, no matter how differently the attack comes in or the initiation of the interaction begins, I should stay the same. And I don't think he was saying anything like what I do is the same. I think he was talking about his internal response would stay steady with equanimity, that he would be able to absorb anything that was going on and not be jostled. So a kind of imperturbability, the ability and maintaining the ability to respond no matter what the conditions are. You know, it's not a rule, it's like a commitment, you know, and an intention and an aspiration. So I've been working with that a lot over the last 2 years. The phrase that I've been working with, which is in keeping with that, is nothing excluded. And so I'm going to go branch a little bit in terms of like accepting the conditions that we're in. That term, nothing excluded, actually comes from my Zen practice. And I just mentioned that I'm living in a monastery. I moved here in August. And so, you know, I was thinking like, well, how do I change? You know, I live in this little room. It has lots of things in it that change the way that I can see, what I can see, how I can see. And at first, you know, I was kind of thinking, well, you know, what can I remove or whatever to be able to do this class so it's more like a dojo? Well, I'm not in a dojo. My conditions and my circumstances right now are that I live in this monastery in this little room. So then the practice, you know, that Kevin so aptly demonstrated is, how do I actually accept these conditions and these circumstances and move freely within them? So to me, that means that you accept everything that is in your midst and coming your way. Accepting the conditions as they are, you know, not pushing them away, not rejecting them. And again, it's something that I've been working with in my life and in my meditation practice and my Aikido practice for a few years now. You know, I remember like sometimes I would look at him and I'd be like, I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to come in. So I might ask, or I might actually just look at him with that question, like, I don't know what I'm doing. And he would just say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know, which goes back to just come with anything. I will accept it and I will work with it just in the same way as he did when he invented the old people's Aikido. So this imperturbability, the awareness of everything that is around you, the accepting it and unifying with it, which we've heard through the last couple of days, acting freely that both Aihan Sensei and Lee Sensei talked about, Josh Sensei's this aspect of giving up control in order to be able to respond. So these are also part of this aspect of, you know, this accepting conditions and responding to them and not excluding anything. So we're gonna move now into a little bit of movement. I hope that, you know, we're gonna work with the form of Shin-Kokyu and then some other things. I know that Shin-Kokyu like wasn't an exercise that Kevin Sensei did, but it felt to me like it provides us the opportunity to practice with some of the things that have been themes through these last couple of days and my own interest. So I've not done it this way before. I guess that's another aspect of what I learned from Kevin so much is, you know, take risks. Like what we have seen is people taking something and then making it their own. The exploration, the investigation, the research, and then moving in a direction that they need to move with it. And you know, that takes risk. Like I remember saying something to him about, I want to do this. And he said, yeah, good. Be prepared to be knocked down for a couple of years, right? You know, but take the risk. And who demonstrated that more than him in moving to the edge and taking risks? So I feel that it's my responsibility to continue to try to do that as something that he passed along to all of us. So I have no idea if what I'm about to do is going to work or be meaningful, but it's what I have to do right now in terms of integrating what I'm learning here and all these things from my past. And I think all of us have had the experience of just feeling fully supported by Kevin Sensei in going in the direction that we needed to. It wasn't always necessarily easy, but underneath everything, there was this support. And it continues now, which people have talked about. So we're going to start with Shin-Kokyu. Please join in if you like. And I'm not going to do a pure form. So if you're looking for it to be absolutely perfectly to the classic form, it won't be. But I think we can do something. So I did remove the obstacle of the chair for the purposes of being able to move a little bit. Okay, so we can begin with bending down and bringing hands up through the center, and then bringing down again on an exhalation. Again, bending down, scooping up, and then bringing the hands just before your face, and 4 claps. And then up. And then you can go ahead and bring your hands into mudra. So this position is with the left hand on top of the right, just landing softly on top of the right, and your thumbs are lightly touching. And then you're going to inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale at your own pace. Some of the things that you can explore or investigate as you do this is that aspect of north-southness that Josh Sensei talked about yesterday. The aliveness in your spine. Maybe experiment with feeling the inhalation really like just filling up your spine up through the top of your head. And then on the exhalation, going down through your tailbone and that weighted feeling of sinking through your tailbone. You can notice also a feeling of including and uniting. Actually, in the classic form, what you would chant is I Ku Mu Su Bi, which is actually the unification of energy. So as you're doing this, maybe in the spirit of feeling all of the conditions, you can think about the room, just notice, actually take a second and just notice the room that you're in and all of the things that are in it. And then maybe imagine what's beyond it as well. Look up, look down, and then try to have the feeling of including all of that, accepting all of those conditions in your inhalation, in your exhalation, and so in your awareness. So not excluding anything, including everything. We can just inhale and exhale a little bit. And sorry to interrupt your inhalation and your exhalation meditation. But another thing that came up yesterday was this aspect of emptiness. And somebody, I think it was Kay, asked a question about thinking. And I think, one of the things in terms of the breath is that at the top of the inhalation and at the very bottom of the exhalation, there's a place where there's a little bit of a pause, a zero space, where everything is actually neutral. And it's a little hard to think. It's a place where maybe we can feel no thought. So just maybe experiment with that. And now also notice, where might there be some tension in my body? Can I exhale into it and release it? Just let go. And then scooping up once more all the way up through your center and up and down, and 4 claps. And then let's assume left hanmi and start this rowing motion. Again, I want this movement to actually initiate really from my center, and have it be inclusive. So I'm not putting tension in my arms. I'm actually giving up control and just letting them become part, but not sacrificing my north-southness, not sacrificing my weighted feeling. And you can change your gaze now a little bit from the classic having your eyes cast at a 45-degree angle, and bring them up a little bit. And just notice, what is it that's in front of you? What are you seeing? And can you include it in your rowing? Can you feel it actually inside you and accept it so thoroughly that you feel it not as different from yourself? And you can yee-ho, 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 yee-ho. Hi. And now, once again, up. And then we come down into this furutama. So this is a shaking right at the tanden. And the thing that I felt that we can explore and investigate is this feeling of allowing. It was in the aspect of freedom, was also very much in Josh Sensei's class of giving up control. And so you're shaking. This is hopefully feels actually energizing. But but it also gives us the chance to explore this aspect of I'm engaged in the doing, but I'm also allowing actually this natural movement to just take over. So there's a dynamic relationship between my accepting and allowing and also my doing. And you can close your eyes, or you can keep your eyes just the littlest bit open, but not focusing on anything. And once again, as you're doing this furutama, see if you can bring in an awareness of what's in back of you, of what's to the side, of the things, the walls, what's beyond the walls, and just allow it all and maintain it in your awareness. And now we'll go to right hanmi and the same thing. That same feeling now more, even see if it's changed a little bit from that furutama. Do you have a little bit more of a feeling of not controlling, but allowing, doing, but not with tension, and also allowing? And then look at, now that you're looking to the right, what is in your perception, in your awareness? How is it different? Is the quality of doing this rowing on the right a little bit different from that on the left? Just feel it. Don't think about it or try to articulate it. And see if you can feel as you exhale that little zero space, that little pause at the bottom of the exhalation where it feels like thoughts actually disappear. Height. And one more time, up and down. And then the shaking once again. If you closed your eyes last time, then keep them just the littlest bit open this time. And see, once again, if you can maintain the north-southness, if you can do this with vigor, but not tension. If you're allowing the movement to teach you, as well as that you are doing the movement. It's a kind of accepting of conditions. Okay, and now get your dumbbell. And you can choose which foot you want to put the dumbbell under. So we're going to go back to left hanmi, and we're going to slide. And the great thing about this is the dumbbell probably is going to move. So now as you're doing this, what has changed and how do you adapt to these conditions? And instead of, well, let's pause for a second. I think it was alluded to earlier today. I can't remember exactly what was said, but I remember Kevin once saying in a class, we sometimes treat uke as if they're an obstacle to what we want. And, you know, how do we shift that mental posture and that intention and really not have it be about likes and dislikes or preferences or anything like that, or, you know, that my want for things to be different, my want for conditions to be different is really where that goes. So, you know, as we're doing the rowing right now with either something under your left foot or your right, just notice, you know, how do I adapt to it and kind of accept it and maybe giggle with it and have fun with it and not see it as an inconvenience. Okay, and then up one more time, and we'll just do this briefly because I feel some responsibility to the form. But again, the shaking, and you can notice the quality of the shaking now. Has it changed at all? Height and up and down and up and halfway down and 4 claps. And then we can interlock up at the top, and we'll, on the count of 3, we'll come down and you can do a ki. 1, 2, 3, 8. And now we're going to do these, putting your left hand on top of your right. We'll do 3 big circles clockwise and then counterclockwise. And again here, really notice what are the conditions, what are all of the things, the beings, the walls, the bookcases that are in your awareness, and include them in your view. Let your head and your view actually integrate them. Move your hips, as Mihail Sensei was talking about this morning, and around the other way, and really being inclusive of everything. And then from side to side, allowing your hips to move and having this feeling of allowing rather than doing with tension. And then go ahead and release. Have this be full. Okay. And now we'll take this into just moving into the 2-step. And I don't know that I can do this and stay in the screen, but just for a second before we start experimenting again, go ahead and from this movement, go ahead and just take it into Irimi Tenkan. See if you can maintain the north-southness, the weightedness, and the awareness, accepting everything that is in your environment. Okay, so now take that dumbbell and incorporate it into your Irimi Tenkan. So I'm gonna step forward and do the Irimi Tenkan. I'm gonna make sure that I keep it small enough so that I can continue to work with, let's see. That I can work with, how do I actually go ahead and accept this, allow it to become part of my movement instead of thinking of it as an obstacle that I need to push away, reject in any way. So maybe I need to actually slow down and explore and investigate, how does it feel to have this dumbbell on the bottom of my foot? How do I actually use it and allow it to push into me and to support me? And go ahead and just play with that on your own for a little bit. And if you feel like you're brave enough, then go ahead and put another dumbbell down and see if you can incorporate both and not get annoyed. But enjoy it, accepting the conditions. Okay. So I want to move on and just work a little bit with another principle that I think was very much a part of an maybe unarticulated but very present part of what I felt from Kevin, which was, you know, actually he did articulate it, but the intention to do everything such that it actually benefited the other person, didn't harm the other person, and was aware of their well-being. My teacher in a lecture this morning said something about, you know, really feeling the pulse of the world. And I felt so much that from Kevin, you know, in his awareness of political things and issues. And so, you know, and then as you felt this powerful technique, but yet this technique that just, for me, it made me just go neutral. You know, it neutralized the tension in my own body, and you could feel the benevolence while the exacting but still benevolent nature of what he was doing. So, you know, protecting life. So now, you know, let's do this just the teeniest bit more, and then see if you can also incorporate some kind of goodwill towards the dumbbells. So not only you know, accepting the circumstances of the dumbbells being on the floor or whatever obstacles you're working with, if it's rocks or pointy nails or Legos, but also trying to just see if you can do it with some spirit of benevolence towards them as well. So at your own pace, go ahead and just work with this a little bit. Okay. So the other piece that, so let's, we can keep working with this just a little bit more in a different way, which is now like allowing yourself to really bump into something. So we worked with something that was on the floor. So go ahead, now and do that same movement, or do irimi, just any basic movement that you want. And go ahead and do it and allow yourself to really to bump into something and maybe get jostled by it. Bump into it hard enough that you can feel its impact on you. And then see if, without rushing through it, if you can begin to then accept it and incorporate it into your movement as part of the conditions of what's around you. So a bump. And I'm not sure that this is possible, but this piece that Mihail Sensei was talking about, where you put your hand out and you move around and you don't signal at all. See if you can move, look, have that feeling as you're making contact with whatever obstacle you've decided to use. Go ahead and see if you can just move around it a little bit, maintain the contact, but don't signal anything too much. So slow it down a little bit to see if you can do that, so that you're not disturbing yourself anymore, and you're also not disturbing that object, which is your current training partner. And then go ahead and get quicker and see if you can maintain that feeling of really being in contact, but you are pretty and you're accepting of the conditions, not perturbed by them and not perturbing them. Okay. So we can come back together and talk a little bit more. And then that'll be about it. It was, this aspect of, again, being responsive, accepting conditions, understanding the conditions, accepting them, and then being responsive, that was the major theme that I wanted to work with, because I saw it so exemplified so much from Kevin. There was another little piece that I learned from him, which was the aspect of really allowing something to take the time that it needs, and not allowing something to emerge and to take the time that it needs, and neither sticking with it nor pushing it away and rushing through it. It felt to me like the space, his sense of spacing and timing was such that, sometimes I would feel like I was moving in slow motion, but then kind of quickly I was on the ground, or whatever. But it always felt like the timing was just what it needed to be. And the other piece that, felt like it was true was that so that requires knowing how to avoid sticking with something too long and getting attached to it. But on the other hand, not rushing through it so much that you actually have missed it. So I was going to do another exercise that was related to that, but I think I won't. But it's such an important part. There's something called the 4 marks, which is that something gets, it's Buddhist teachings, but it's that something gets created, it starts, it has duration, it dissolves, and then it disappears. It's true of all life. And it's also true of every technique. The technique begins, it has duration, and then, you know, it starts to kind of be at its tail end, and then it disappears, and you disappear it. You know, you allow it to go, and then you move on. And that was also something that I saw from Kevin so much, was the ability to just change, to just have a moment and move on. Explore something for 3 weeks and move to the next thing. The aspect of not getting attached and also not rushing through. So those are some of the things that, you know, are still very much in my exploration that I got from him. I think many of the phrases and words that I used probably are very familiar to all of you because you were exposed to it also. And I took it in my own goofy little direction in my little monastery room. So anyway, a little bit of sharing. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Lori. You know, I got to say, when you started off and said that I'm going to work on something that Choate Sensei never really did, I got to tell you, there was the first, I believe it was the first, back in about 1995, 1996, Choate Sensei decided to try to up the training for Yudansha. And so he put together with some other people, Louis Cuffey and some DC and Maryland, Baltimore guys, and they came together and said, let's do the Yudansha seminar. And at Kevin Sensei's first class of that seminar, he did an entire class without a spoken word. We did an hour of rowing exercise. And he did it in his same Choate Sensei intense kind of way. So it was just as intense as if he was training or attacking Saotome Sensei, but it was all, it was an hour of rowing exercise without any word. And it changed my perception of the rowing exercise. It changed, it was a absolutely moving experience for me. So anyway, thank you for bringing that in today, because there is, for me anyway, and probably for some other folks out there, a real connection. There are a couple of comments, or let's see, just that it was very powerful for me. I'm a COVID long hauler and neuro rehab, and this is exactly what I needed. Thank you very much. Then somebody else, Lori said, first time when doing the shaking that I experienced the wave like the ripples of a pond emanating in all directions and being the wave. Thank you for the awareness. Any other questions or comments? I'm still connected.
Yes, you are connected. We can take a 15
Just talking to myself. It's great over here inside my head.
We can take a 15-minute break if you want, if there are no other questions. Lots of comments and thank yous in the chat, Lori, for you too. So thank you for sharing that. That was very meaningful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we can take a 15-minute break and I'll remove you from the spotlight, Craig, if you want.
Let's take a short break. We'll be back here at 15 minutes, the top of the hour, for Marcia Turner Sensei. Thank you for sharing, Patricia. You were around a couple of different Chicago Aikikai physical locations over the years, and it's great to see you. Thank you for participating and sharing stories. It's now 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, depending, maybe 4 o'clock for some in Florida. So we're going to move on to our next.
Or 9.
Or 9 o'clock if you're in Portugal. I keep forgetting the Portuguese. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Miguel. So our next instructor is a dear, old isn't the right word, but my second oldest Aikido friend, probably, that's still practicing. She taught me how to fold my hakama way back in 1989, 1990. She has always been a great example of good character and of wonderful, sharp, amazing weapons work. And she shows people that it's not physical stature that is what you need to do Aikido. She's amazing. Marcia Turner Sensei began her study of Aikido under Kevin Choate Sensei in 1986. She took over as Dojo Cho and chief instructor at the Chicago Aikikai after Choate Sensei passed away in 2012. Choate Sensei had a significant influence upon Marcia Turner Sensei's development and perspectives toward Aikido and training. And I asked her, again, as I asked several instructors, stories about how they first met Kevin Choate Sensei. She said, I started training in the days when there was absolutely no talking on the mat. My first class was at the old Bryn Mawr dojo, up in the beautiful 4,000 square foot Budokan space. Choate Sensei was teaching Jo-Kata, which he demonstrated at full speed and then expected everyone to replicate, whether you'd done them before or not. No talking, no asking questions, no coaching the new person, just the expectation that you paid attention and replicated what you saw. Needless to say, she says, it was a stressful first class. Please join me in welcoming Marcia Turner Sensei.
So I'm gonna add to that story a little bit, and it was an environment that encouraged attention, and so certainly the students didn't speak on the mat, but as an instructor, he did not speak, and he asked everyone to pay attention. And I will tell you that it was very, very effective. You really did learn to pay attention. And I actually was able to pick up the weapons work pretty quickly because I was paying attention. And the other effect that it had was if you were coming off of a day at work and you got to the dojo and when you were on the mat, you were 100% focused on what you were doing and what you were learning. And one of the things that always impressed me about Choate Sensei's delivery was his clarity and how incredibly clear he was in what he was after at whatever time he was after it. He did pass from one interest to another, so you kind of had to keep up with what he himself was exploring. And so the combination, I am going to work with a Joe this evening, afternoon, whatever we are in at the moment. And I am going to pass on to you a combination of movements that are his, and he worked them out probably at least 30 years ago. And it's what we call the syncopated kata. And for me, this set of movements is a core set of movements that then allow a great deal of extrapolation beyond them. I will tell you that I had intended to be in the dojo where there's a lot more space than I tried, but I couldn't get an internet connection. I tried being at home and I could see everybody, but I couldn't hear anything. So obviously that wasn't going to work. So I'm in my office where my space is much more constrained. And one of the interesting things about this combination is that you can do it in a very small space by yourself, and you can do it in a much larger space by yourself because it can move quite a bit. And you can do it with a partner. Craig may remember it. I know Andrew Vitale remembers it because we did it when we were on Lincoln a little bit. But this primarily stems from the days that we were on Howard Street. So between 1988 and 1992. So if you have a stick of some kind, you can take a left hanmi, and forgive me, since I am in my office, it's not as easy to see. So the first move is your standard ski forward. So you're going to move from ski to cover, and then you're going to do 2 yokomens. So yokomen, cover, yokomen. I'm trying to find the best angle to be at so that I don't destroy my office and you can still see me. So ski, cover, yokomen, cover, yokomen. And honestly, I am staying in about a 2-foot square spot here. So ski, cover, yokomen, cover, yokomen. So that's the first part of the syncopated pattern. The next part, from this position, I've just done a yokomen, I open, ski is coming in, I snap, and I do a response ski, and my hands are both palm down here. Start over. Ski, yokomen, cover, yokomen, open, snap, ski. Hopefully people are cool with that. How are you doing? Keep going. You're very, thank you, Jen. And then do the snap, ski. Yeah, good, thank you. So when you snap, instead of thinking that this hand is coming back, the left hand goes forward. So this goes on to target right here. And then slide this hand back and ski. Start that over. Ski, cover, yokomen, cover, yokomen, snap, ski. Now pull it, deflect, slide the hand up, deflect, and you're ready to start over. Ski, cover, yokomen, cover, yokomen, snap, ski. Pull it, roll, slide your hand, roll, let it roll, and start over. So please do the whole pattern and let me watch. And if anybody has trouble with the feet, tell me and I'll move my camera down. Yes, Andrew Sensei, thank you. So Karen, when you're doing the deflection here, from the snap to the ski, you're doing your deflection. Pull the Joe and roll it over. Roll the Joe. So the syncopated part, I want everybody to stop, come up, and I want you to watch Rob and Karen, who have done it before and they're at home working together. So one of them, stop right there for a second, guys. One of them starts with the ski and the other one starts from the snap. Karen, would you start from the snap? So Rob is yokomen, yokomen, snap, ski, deflect, deflect, yes, ski. So they're both doing the same pattern over and over. And they're giving a very good example of how you do the pattern, but you don't have to move a lot. You can do it in a very small space. Let's stop there for a second, and I'd like to ask if there are any questions. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. We're going to highlight you again since you're together. Any questions from anybody? You'd have to unmute to ask a question. Okay. Are people thumbs up? Are you comfortable with this pattern? Okay, so the next element of the pattern is a low strike. So you start from the same general movement, but I'm going for the leg. Cover, leg, snap, ski. Now I pull it and I just push the bottom forward. So I block at the bottom and then I change my hands and I block at the bottom. Ski, cover, yokomen, cover, yokomen, snap, ski, pull, push the bottom forward. And then change sides, block the other side, back onto target. Ski, cover, yokomen, I'm sorry, leg, cover, leg, snap, ski, block low, and the same pattern. So please do that same pattern, but it's 2 low strikes, 2 low blocks. Good. Jim Sensei has a lot more room than I do to work with. It looks good. Everybody is looking really good.
I also got a much shorter stick. So
Okay.
it's not so bad.
And one thing that I didn't say, but I'm seeing everybody do because you're nicely experienced, is you're changing your hanmi nicely underneath your hips. And when you're working in an enclosed space, you need to be doing that. Okay. So now the pattern becomes high, high, low, low. So I'm going to start with high strikes and a high defense. And start again. And I move into low strikes and a low defense. And then I do that several times. So do that whole pattern about 4 or 5 times for yourself. If you start high, you defend high. If you start low, you defend low. Karen, Valencic, when you do your strike on this side and your arms are crossed, so you snap, the snap looks really good and it's ski. Now take your right hand and pull the jo back. And it's if you're gonna hit the person on the head and change your hanmi, yes. Now you're at the back third of the jo, let go and let it roll. Yeah, slide your right hand up and hit him on the head again. So I'm at the back third of the jo, let it roll, and you're back on target. Try that for me, yeah. Yes, let it roll. Let it roll. And let it roll. So you're always going to be working the back third of the jo. That's your favorite place. And you give your partner a lot of stick. When the yokomen's coming, I'm defending. Yokomen's coming the other side, I'm defending. Let it roll. Okay, any questions about high, high, low, low? You can do it by yourself in a contained space. You can do it by yourself and move a great deal. As Karen and Rob have shown us, you can do it with a partner in a contained space. And it's been great working outside over the past few months because outside you can move, you can cover a lot of distance. And it gives you an opportunity to really go after your partner on the attacks. But that means when you're the attackee, you have to learn to give ground. So it's a really, Choate Sensei set it up as a really good exercise for understanding and exploring ma'ai as in a dynamic environment. So now we are going to go to the next combination of movements. And it's a high strike and a low strike. And then it's going to be a high defense mixed with a low defense. Same pattern, ski, cover, yokomen, high strike, cover, ashi, low strike, snap, ski, pull, high defense, low defense. And I think of this low defense, it's just like using a broom or a rake. Let it roll. Ski, cover, yokomen, cover, ashi, snap, ski, pull, high defense, low defense. on target, ski, cover, high, cover, low, snap, ski, pull, high defense, low defense, ski, cover. So do that about 5 or 6 times by yourselves, or just keep repeating the pattern. And if you have any questions, you can raise your hand or put something in the chat at any time. Yes, Jen, that's perfect. Jen Barr, thank you. Good, Christopher. I like how, Craig, I like how you've made it a very contained movement in a very small space. That's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about high-low? So obviously the next iteration is low-high. So we start over. Ski, cover, low strike, cover, high strike, snap, ski, pull it, push the bottom forward, low defense, high defense, ski, cover, low, high, snap, ski, low defense, high defense, ski, cover, low, high, snap, ski, low, high. So keep doing that. Low, high. Okay, we're gonna try something, see if it works. I'm going to be your partner. I'm gonna try and not break things in my office. So I will ski and you will snap. So when I ski, you snap it. And now you ski me. And I cover. I'm attacking, so you're doing the defensive movement, yes. And I'm attacking, and you're doing the defensive movement. And I snap and ski, and you're doing the yokomen, yes, yes, you're getting off the line. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that again, if you would. Start over. I'm gonna ski, you're going to snap. I ski, you snap. Good. You ski, I cover. I strike, you roll. I strike, you roll. You ski. I snap and ski. So you're going to cut me yokomen. Yes. I let it roll. Yokomen. I let it roll. You're going to snap. I ski. You return it. I cover. Yokomen. Good. Let it roll. Skimi, I snap. And forward. Yeah. Wow. I can see a few of you, and it's oddly in sync. So that's nice. So now we're going to extend the pattern, and you're going to go through the whole thing. High, high, low, low, high, low, low, high. Now, obviously, you can do other attacks than the two you're being given, but you're being given 2 attacks and 2 defenses, and that's all you get to work with, but we're going to mix the pattern up. So high, high, that means your defense is high, high. Low, low, your defense is low, low, high, low, and low, high. So the defenses follow the pattern. So let's do that together. Ski, cover, high attack, high, snap, ski, high defense, ski, cover, low attack, low, snap, ski, low defense, and ski, cover, high, low, snap, ski, high defense, low defense, ski, cover, low attack, high, snap, ski, low defense, high defense. Keep going. High, high, low, low, high, low, low, high. You got it, Al. That looks good. If you mess up your pattern, go back to your snap. So let's talk targets for a second. Because everybody looks like they've either done the pattern before, like Rob and Karen, and they know what they're doing. So thank you guys. Or if you've not done the pattern before, everybody looks like they're picking it up really well. So this target is about right here. This first target is about at your imaginary partner's throat. Obviously, Yokomen is at a nice angle. The snap puts this right back on target. So make sure that this is not a transitional movement with little purpose. This movement both deflects the ski that's coming in, and it takes the line. So one of the things that Choate Sensei taught me about working with Joe is that it never has only one purpose. It's always dual purposed. At any point in time when you're making a defensive movement, you're making an offensive movement. So there's an arimi inherent in this pattern. I'm also using my rowing exercise when I'm using the snap. So I'm taking the line at the same time I'm incorporating some flexibility of movement. So this time, think about your targets, think about your line, and we're going to do high, high, low, low, high, low, low, high, which is what you just did. Low, low, high, high, low, high, high, low. So you start with high, go to low, and then you start with low and you go to high. So I'll call it if you'd like me to. The first couple of times we go through the whole sequence, and then I'll leave you to struggle along on your own. Okay? Ski, cover, high, high, snap, ski, defend high, defend high, ski, cover, low, low, snap, ski, defend low, and ski, cover, high, low, snap, ski, defend high, defend low, and ski, cover, low, high, snap, ski, defend low, defend high, and ski, cover, low, low, defend low, low, high this time, high, high, defend high, high, ski, cover, low, high, defend low, high, ski, cover, high, low, low. Oops, I missed it. Ha, high, and low. How we doing? Rob and Karen, thank you so much. So those of you who are doing this pattern for the first time, and I think I know who many of you are, you look really good, I have to say, because it's a very simple combination. It's either high or it's low, and you're either defending high or you're defending low. The element is thinking at the same time you're moving your hands. And if you feel like you're fumbling, that's fine, because you're going to do that a little bit as you get used to the pattern. So now we're going to take that whole set, high, high, low, low, high, low, low, high, low, low, high, 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 low, low. No, low, high, high, low. And do it 3 times as quickly as you can, the whole thing through, and be as precise as you can on your targets. Okay, ready? Go. Okay. So my personal experience with this pattern is it can be as aerobic an exercise as you want to make it, or it can be as contemplative an exercise as you want to make it, because you're exploring timing and positioning, etc. When you don't have a lot of space, precision is often the option. When you have more space, you can explore extension through the weapon of your choice. Are there any comments about it? This is a very simple exercise and it's sort of mechanical. For me, there's a lot of exploration that is possible through this movement pattern, but I'd be more than happy to hear comments on the subject. You have to unmute if you're going to make a comment.
Sensei, this is Kay. I have a comment on the low. If you could show me that, the low block.
Mm-hmm.
It looked almost like you're going around the Joe, but I don't know if I got that right. So I got lost.
Let me see if I can show you my legs. So the strike is coming for my leg here. And I've just done the snap ski.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to pull it, and I am changing my hanmi. So I'm getting my leg out of the way, and I'm simply putting the Joe where my leg was.
Okay.
So I'm not intending to bash the strike that's coming in. Mostly what I'm doing is getting my leg out of the way. And my Joe is going in that spot just in case, and to protect my new front leg. And then when I'm changing, because there's a new strike coming in on the other side, I'm sliding my hand down. Yeah.
Okay.
So the Joe stays out, and I change my hanmi behind it.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
You've got it. That's exactly it right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking that question. It's hard well, you really can't see my legs, so please ask if there's any other.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, who's that?
Christopher.
Yes.
Can I see the partner practice again? So the
Yes.
pattern started, and then because I'm having trouble connecting the syncopation. So just the pattern start, hot ski block, and then when that, I don't know where it gets in.
Okay, so wait guys, and prep for starting if you would. So Karen is going to start in the snap part, and Rob is starting in the ski part. So let's watch Rob ski, cover. Yes. And now he'll do the snap. She does the cover and the two strikes. So there's a ski and a cover and two attacks.
Low.
And a snap and a ski and two defenses. Ski, cover, two attacks. Snap, ski, two defenses. And each person, it's like a row your boat. It's like a round of row your boat, because each person is doing the same pattern, but they're starting at different places. Does that help? I got a thumbs up. So good.
Marcia, I want to make sure I clarify that. So Rob is doing the starting from the very beginning of where we started at. And is it Marcia or Karen? And Karen is starting at the place where we finished that first yoke, the second yokomen.
The second yokomen, yes.
Right. And so she's going to move into these things.
Yes.
While Rob is doing these things.
Yes.
Okay. And
yes.
and then she, so
he is the attacker, and the person doing the snap is going to do the defensive part.
So basically, starting from the middle,
yes.
She goes from the middle to the end, and the attacker is going from the very beginning to the end. Okay, got it.
And when I've done my second yokomen or my second low strike, I'm basically inviting that ski to come in. And that's where I get my snap, and then I do that movement. But yes, Jim, you've got it. That's exactly the logic behind the pattern. Anybody else? So everybody looked really good doing it. And one of the things that you can think of if you decide to continue exploring this is the fluidity that you get from incorporating the shift of weight that you feel in the rowing exercise that we were doing earlier, and how my movement, you see if you can, I can't get far enough away from my camera, but how in this movement and if I want to speed up, I drop my weight. And if I want to cover distance, I drop my weight. And when somebody my size and somebody Craig's size work together, you can really get a lot of movement and a lot of distance with this. And if I go after him on the attacks, he has to back up, but then turnabout is fair play because he comes after me, and then I have to back up twice as much. But it's a very aerobic exercise, and it's a very interesting one because then you start playing with your targets. So when I'm catching that yokomen coming in, I need to work my spacing so that I'm getting this movement in there to get that deflection so it's going back. So I can't be too close. I have to be at that sweet spot for utilizing the part of my Joe that is going to move that descending arc back away from me. Then it comes around their head, and I have to do it again. So I have to play with my alignment in space. It's hard to do when you're standing behind your desk and you're not wanting to hit your bookshelves. But my alignment in space has to be such that I can change my line. And the best way for me, let's see if you can see my feet. The best way for me to change my line, and most of you know this, is if I bring my feet close together, I can really change my alignment quite a lot. So it's not just forward and back. And Choate Sensei used to explore this because he could change his alignment in space with such ease, and it seemed like such a confounding thing until he let us in on the secret that he was kind of pigeon toeing his feet right under his hips. So that's all I got for you. This particular pattern is something that I really have liked, and I've come to explore quite a bit on my own. And he spent a lot of time on it, and then of course, as he always did, he moved on to something else. And those of us who have these crystal moments or these crystal takeaways that we have gotten at different points in time in our acquaintance with Kevin Choate Sensei, you know, you can tell whether it's the chain or the syncopated kata. We've held on to them for one reason or another because they had a profound impact, and this is something that had a profound impact on me. Rob and Karen, thank you for being the syncopated pair. That's been really helpful. We did prepare a video of myself and one of the Chicago Aikikai students doing the syncopated work and moving a bit, and we'll make it available afterwards for anybody that might be interested. I think one of the students has set it up so that it can be on YouTube or something. But as long as you have Rob and Karen and this is being recorded, then you certainly have that paired work available to you from this class. So thank you.
Sensei,
Yeah.
is there, we've worked the kata on the other side, starting the ski right, Hami?
Yeah.
Is there a way to switch from left to right?
I haven't found it yet, but that's a good exploration for you guys. And when you figure it out, come back and show me and teach me. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Was that in Madison?
That was in Boulder. That was at one of the summer camps.
Oh, wow.
It's just an example of how no matter how much bigger I am than Marcia, she can still kick my butt. It's great.
Oh, here's a story, Craig. I have to tell this because it involves you.
Okay. Well, uh-oh.
So you are 6'5"?
3.
6'3". Okay. So Craig is 6'3", and I claim 5 feet, slightly under, but I'm going to claim 5 feet. So there's a 15-inch difference between Craig and I. And there was one evening at the Lincoln Dojo that Choate Sensei called Craig up for ukemi, and it was a Shomenuchi Ikkyo, or maybe it was a Shomenuchi Riminage. But and then he stops, and Choate Sensei was just about 6 feet tall, I think. And Choate Sensei stops and he says, "Now, when you're dealing with a significant height difference like this one," and I'm looking at the two of them thinking, 3 inches. There's a 3-inch difference. That is not a significant height difference.
Well, thank you very much to Marcia Turner Sensei for bringing that Jo kata. It's, you know, it really is one of my favorite Jo kata. I still teach it whenever I do Jo. So watch the video, take it back home, work on it. And then next time we get together and Marcia Turner Sensei can teach that in person, we'll all have a little bit of a better understanding of it, so she can move even faster than she did today.
I promise I won't be in my office next time. So it's.
We're going to take about a 9-minute break, 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with another Chicago Aikikai instructor Andrew Vitale Sensei. Thank you, Marcia. Well, welcome back, everyone. After a short break, I hope they had a chance to get some water and step away from the screen for a minute or two. What a great day that it has been so far. We're sticking with Chicago for the moment. We're going to go, we're going to stay right at the Chicago Aikikai with Andrew Vitale Sensei. Andrew Vitale Sensei began studying Aikido in August 1996 as a graduate student at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. He first met Kevin Choate Sensei at a Thanksgiving seminar at the Chicago Aikikai in November 96, only 3 months into his study into Aikido. He joined the Chicago Aikikai as a full-time member in 1998, where he studied under Choate Sensei for 14 years. Choate Sensei has always been one of the biggest influences on his Aikido training, particularly in his approach to learning and continuing study. Today, Vitale Sensei is an active student and instructor at the Chicago Aikikai under Marcia Turner Sensei, and travels extensively throughout the Midwest and the nation for various seminars and camps. In March 2019, he was awarded the rank of Yondan. Welcome, Andrew Vitale Sensei.
Thank you so much, Craig. I really appreciate that. And thank you, everybody. This is a wonderful opportunity for me. I truly am thankful to be here sharing this with everyone. And thank you again, of course, to Gary and Kay and Craig and everybody who organized this, and to all the participants and all the instructors that I've seen over the past couple of days. This has been a real blessing, a real honor, and a fascination, honestly, when I start to see the kind of influence that Choate Sensei had on so many people in so many different ways. Depending on when they knew him throughout his life, his extension and his reach still amazes me to this day. And even his influence on my own training today is very, very profound. So what I'm going to cover today is not unique necessarily to Kevin. It is a process that I've kind of taken from him, or I should say I've taken it from him as a result of some of his teachings, and in understanding his approach to how he continually evolved his movement and his technique, how he continually tore down his understanding in an effort to rebuild it differently and better. But it's also an inspiration from Kevin constantly telling me, no, Andy, do it better, do it differently, keep approaching it differently. Do not do the same thing you did last year. You must constantly push yourself and struggle a little bit in your effort to rebuild your Aikido and your movement and your understanding. And early on, I didn't know exactly what he meant by that, but I'm going to frame my own, I'm going to frame what I'm going to cover later by a couple of stories that I'd like to share as to how I came to this. So I had been training for probably about 3 or 4 years at the time. And unbeknownst to me, I had developed a problem with my back. I had developed a bad disc in my back. So training was painful, and I didn't know what to do about it. And I was contemplating, can I keep training much longer, or can I train in the same way? Do I have to slow down? Do I have to cut out certain movements? Do I have to change this? Kevin got a little frustrated with me, I think, or at least I constantly got that look from him whenever I contemplated changing my movement. Don't do that. I didn't know what to do about it. And then one day I walked into class and I had what I would call for me one of those classes where Choate Sensei changed all the rules and changed all of the paradigms that I thought were always true and set them on their ear, and really made me have what I call a what if DOG really spells cat class. One of those kinds of classes where all the things you thought were always true could not be broken. It's a law. He breaks them. He breaks them easily, and he proves they can be broken. He proves they should be broken. It blew my mind, and I was enthralled. So anyway, I walked in the dojo one night, and he worked with me almost the entire hour exclusively. Kind of felt guilty for it at the time, but he worked with me exclusively for almost the entire hour, teaching me how to maneuver my hips and to tuck my hips in a different way so that I wouldn't take force onto my back. When uke attacks with something and I receive that energy goes through me. It doesn't stop at any particular point. We'll cover this a little bit later as well. But I walked out of that class thinking, okay, so maybe I can still do this. Maybe I can keep moving. I was excited. But I was also a little bit disappointed and frustrated because now I had to relearn everything and relearn how to do it in a completely different way. Everything from Tenkan to Shomenuchi Ikkyo, every advanced Ukemi, every way that I give energy, receive energy, it all had to shift. Again, I could not overstate how incredibly changed and altered my perspective was. I suspect a lot of other people had similar kinds of stories of Kevin Choate Sensei, and I'd love to hear about them later on. We'll connect at the happy hours, I hope. So I come back to this kind of process of reevaluating and changing your movement and your technique, especially now, given the pandemic. I can't accept energy from others directly, but I can at least investigate how my body works, what is functioning properly, and I can investigate how I can change that even within myself. It was one of the ways, it was one of the gifts that Kevin Choate Sensei gave me. He can take something that was very esoteric and make it concrete, giving you actual physical things to do that can change your metaphysical understanding of what was happening during a movement or during a technique. So it was, so given our circumstances now where we can't be together, this has been a very valuable process for me. I invite you to participate in it with me here now briefly, and alter it as you want. Take it for yourselves, do what you want with it. If it's useful, fantastic. If you have questions, please feel free. I'd love to hear them even during the class. That is not a problem at all. So let's stand for just briefly. I'm going to go through a couple of basic movements that we've all done before. And again, this is just to exemplify a current process I'm working on now. This is not the only one. This is just where I am today, I should say. So, and I'm going to start with just do a start in left kami, just do a very, very simple yokomen movement. If you want, you can put a little bit of energy into it. I'm going to change my camera angle here so you can see. And as you're doing this, just listen if you won't mind, but keep going, don't stop. As you're doing this, pay attention to your hips when you finish up. One of the things that I was noticing is that many times, especially during the pandemic, I would wind up after I finish a movement, in this case, a yokomen strike, I would wind up in a place that's a little bit too far forward. My chest would almost be above my knees. I was trying to deliver too much, probably because I haven't touched the nage in a long time. But I was delivering way too much energy forward, and I wanted to bring this back, but I didn't want to just pull my chest up. I thought about, again, tucking your hips underneath your body. So try, if you can, to keep your hips underneath. As I did this on my own, I realized there's several different ways that I can bring my hips underneath. And one of the things that I wanted to focus on was in utilizing the hips in a different way. So rather than pulling the chest forward or pushing the hips forward, think of flexing the hamstrings, flexing the quads, engaging the glute even. Push your hips under. So even as you stand here, rotate them forward and back, but strictly use the hips. So when you rotate forward, notice that your whole upper body wants to tip. And then when you just engage the glute of the hamstrings, just fire that alone and feel how the hip wants to push underneath. It might push your upper body up a little bit, but it should probably make you a little bit more upright. So now as you go through the movement again, left or right yokomen, it doesn't matter to me. If you want to use a bokken or a jo just for some extra weight, feel free. Any way that you can feel those hips a little bit more as you're going through these yokomen strikes. So please go ahead on your own. So as I thought about this a little bit more, I realized that just going through the motions and trying to push my own hips forward really wasn't going to do it for me. I needed to find a different way to isolate those muscles that I wanted to utilize to change my technique. If I wanted to, in this case, if I wanted to push my hips forward, if I wanted to engage my glute, I needed to find a way to feel that muscle a little bit differently and find a way to control it and when it fires. If I can control when that muscle fires, my idea is you can change your movement from the outside and then in. So if you have any weighted object, 3 to 5 pounds, a hand weight, I have a 6-pound medicine ball here. You can even use a Joe if you want, just hold it on the very end for a little more weight and resistance. What I'm going to do is we're going to use this weight and go through a series of static motions, and we're going to try to feel the differences in our body as this weight changes throughout. So in this case, let me change this a little bit. So let's start with the weight kind of close in, right or left, Tommy, it doesn't matter. But whichever leg is forward, we're going to focus on the glute of the leg that's back. Okay? So first, with the weight held kind of in close, there's no real difference. We can hold a lot of weight this way. At least our body can hold a lot of weight this way. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly move that weight away from my body. And I'm going to feel how my body needs and wants to react to keep those hips tucked. It's easy to kind of tilt forward to hold this out, but I want to keep those hips tucked underneath. And in this case, I'm really going to focus on my hamstrings and my butt. But as that weight moves away from my body, just notice how the glute has to fire and hold a little bit more. The hamstrings might engage. Even the front of the leg, the front of the back leg might engage. Okay. Change feet, do the same thing. Again, we're just trying to build awareness of when that muscle needs to fire and how much it needs to fire throughout that movement, just to even hold this shape. So now that I can feel where it fires, now I'm going to move the weight around a little bit. And notice how that stress on your body changes what muscles have to activate to keep that posture. So in order to keep my alignment vertically, in order to keep my hips tucked, as I move that weight around, notice what else has to change. Maybe you notice that the obliques have to fire. Maybe even the shoulders have to engage. Feel free to change Hami and change where that weight is, but don't go too fast. This isn't about just moving the weight around for the sake of it. I want to feel exactly where, what, and where in my body reacts. And if you want, then you can get a little weird. You can take the weight behind, see what changes in the front, see what changes in the back. Purely off to the side. Any initial questions, thoughts, or observations about what you observe as you move the weight around yourselves before we continue? Okay, that's fine. So as an extra challenge, you can take your weight and now you can go through some simple motions with it. We were doing a yokomen before. If your weight is a little heavy, don't do that, but you can hold the weight out and again, flex that glute, tuck underneath, perform standard tenkan movements, for example, and see exactly what has to fire as my body moves around with this weight extended. And try different angles. Again, you can get weird if you want, it doesn't matter. Weirdness is encouraged because I want to stress my body in a way that it has to react. Okay, so keeping that feeling, then I thought to myself, okay, so now that I know what the muscle feels like when it has to fire, now I want to gain a little bit more control of it. But in order to gain control over that muscle, I need to increase its connection to my brain, to put it simply. And I've chosen to do that by an active stretching routine. So in order to keep the muscle pliable, I think I can keep the muscle movable, and I can feel when it fires much better. So we're going to go through a couple of very simple stretching exercises, particularly for the glute. Then we're going to redo some of these exercises and see if they feel any different. Okay. Let me angle my camera a little bit. I'm going to get down on the floor. I'm going to rest onto my back. And I'm going to first take my right knee. I'm going to lay my left leg out on the floor. I'm going to take my right knee up to my chest. And again, I'm really trying to feel that stretch in the glute more than anything. This isn't just holding it. Press the knee into the chest. Don't lift the chest up. Try to keep the chest down if you can onto the ground. And a couple of deep breaths. As an added challenge or stretch, you can take that right knee and try to extend it to your left shoulder without tilting your whole body over. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to keep the body down if I can, but I'm really trying to get that right knee onto the opposite shoulder. And again, a couple of deep breaths. Okay, repeat for the other leg. Left knee up to the left chest. Extend the right leg out as far as possible. Lower back on the ground. A couple of breaths. And again, if you can, if you're up for it, take the left knee, extend to the right shoulder. Slowly bring both legs down to the ground. Okay. Next exercise. Again, there are all sorts of ways to stretch muscles out, of course. These are not the only ones, just ideas of mine lately. So I'm going to stand, feet about shoulder width apart or so, and I'm going to take the left ankle and place it onto the right knee. If you need a chair to help you balance, it's perfectly fine. So right ankle on left knee, keeping your posture as straight up as you can. Bend down. So I'm bending the right knee and then tilting the torso forward. You should feel that stretch in the left glute. I'll change the angle if you need to see it this way as well. And again, a couple of deep breaths here. Slowly bring the chest up, settle left leg down and change feet. So right ankle to left knee, bend the left knee and bring the torso forward. A couple of deep breaths. Focus on relaxing that glute so that it can stretch out a little bit. And torso up, right leg down. Okay. And again, back to the front. We're going to pick up our objects. Again, hopefully you should feel a little warmth right now in the hips. We've kind of warmed up. We've used them, we've moved them, we stretched them a little bit. So again, once again, feel where that weight is. See if you can actually identify when that muscle fires and how much it fires. And then from here, now that if you can feel it firing, Now, release that muscle and tense something else up. So I don't even need the glute necessarily to push my hips forward. What other muscles can I use besides just the glute to keep my hips tilted? If I release the glute, what else goes? Maybe it's the abs, maybe it's the low back, maybe it's a little bit of the chest as well. And then change it back. Use the glute, use the hamstrings, use the abs. Shift around. Shift around what muscle is used to hold that posture in place. And see what changes when the weight changes. Can I still control my body enough that I can release the glute, maintain my posture, and identify what else needs to activate? And then as the weight changes, can I release that muscle? I will not be able to grade you on this. I'm not going to be able to look around and say, yes, you're doing this correctly. This is completely up to you. This all depends on your own control and your own honesty as to what's working and what isn't. Feel free to move that weight around again in any other way you want, any other direction. I notice that not only do other muscles fire when some release, of course they do, but some are able to hold for longer than others, obviously. I realize other muscles get tired quicker, and I'm like, oh, I might need to look at that. I might need to see what needs to be strengthened, what needs to be more flexible, what needs to be, what muscles am I not used to even firing? Those are ones I want to stretch a little bit more, gain a little more control over. Okay. Let's pick up a bokken one more time. So now, as we go through our yokomen strikes again, so we've talked about using that glute. That's great. So what if we don't use the glute? Now we're going to use any one of those other muscles that fired earlier. Think of those abs. Think of the hamstrings. Think of even the lower back. Anything, but change it each time. One time I might use the glute to tuck the hips. Next time I won't use the glute. I'll use the abs. And see what else changes. Do my shoulders tighten up at some point because I'm using something else? Does it feel more flexible? Does it feel more stiff? Change your speed if you want to. Go faster, go slower. Can I maintain that same muscular control as I go quicker? Does it feel sloppy? Go at your own pace. Do what you wish. Any thoughts, questions, comments, or your own observations that you noticed so far? Really? I didn't explain it that well, I didn't think. Okay. So,
I have a question, Andy.
Yes.
This, you would think I would know the answer to this, but what I notice is I've had different people tell me, you know, when you strike that your hips should be certain directions, but I spent a lot of my early training thinking my hips should be straight forward when I strike. And so what I notice in this is just my body feeling some confusion of memory around where does that all go. So I find when I strike, I'm doing all kinds of adjustments. Do you have any thoughts on that?
If I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is you were taught that to strike, your hips have to be square to what you are striking?
Early on, yes.
Mm-hmm. I heard the same thing. I was taught the same thing. And in relation to this exercise, if I am not, then what needs to change in my hips? Again, where are my muscles tightest and what do I need to activate or not activate in order for those hips to move? And you may even find that in that kind of scenario, like if my hips wind up way too wide, my feet may have to change. So the feet may have to turn. If the feet turn, what about the hips have to fire? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So my point is, if you find yourself, or if you're being told you're in the wrong position, establish the correct position, feel what is different, identify the muscles that make it different. And for me, stretch them, activate them, gain control over them, put that control into movement to change your movement.
Yeah. Okay.
And Andy Sensei?
Yes.
I noticed that if I can focus on relaxing like my lats, that it may be that I should be focusing on my hips, but if I focus on exhaling kind of into my lats, it helps me with the movement issuing from my hips, but still staying underneath me. Is that?
That makes sense to me, actually. When I hear someone say, relax my lats, what that tells me is the shoulders are coming back and going down. When the shoulders go back, alignment will increase, meaning you're not going to be as hunched forward. So when I hear someone say my lats or my upper back relaxes, that means the shoulders can roll a little bit, and my head, my shoulders, and my hips can be in better alignment. That's what I hear, at least.
Thank you.
Sensei, I have an observation.
Please.
The idea was that if I'm in balance here in Hanmi, but I extend out, the tracking of my center is going to move someplace as it tracks down between my feet. But to keep it in the same spot, I would have to counterbalance that. And if this is a rotation, the hara would have to counter rotate in the opposite direction. So if the weight's going forward this way, the hara is turning this way, if my hips are going to be square. Just so that I can keep that projection of north-south directly between my feet.
Yes, I agree. So as you say, when I come through with that strike, if I do not want everything to go forward, and again, I'm hugely exaggerating here, I want things to be, again, just as Justin said yesterday, I want my north-south alignment to be maintained as much as possible. So then as that strike comes through, I need to counterbalance in my vernacular here. I need to counterfire certain things so that that alignment can be maintained. Does that line up with what you were thinking?
Yes.
But that's a good observation. As that north-south line, as that hara center moves back and forth, as I pitch forward or pitch back, there are times we want that center to be moving like that, and sometimes we want it to stay relatively in the same place. It's my purpose here today, at least. Any other observations or comments?
There are no questions in the chat.
Okay. Just take one more brief exercise. Does everybody have access to a wall or something they can stand against briefly? Let's come back. And as you stand with your butt against the wall, place your shoulders on the wall and just see where those shoulder blades land. And just for the exercise, pull the shoulders back so that the entire shoulder blade pinches, or you can feel the wall with the backs of your shoulders. If you want to do this on the floor, you can do this too, it's no problem. But the idea is, again, what about your upper back or your lower back needs to change? Now, I'm certainly not suggesting that you purposely push your shoulders backwards like this and it's going to be unnatural and it's going to be stressful. But just as Laurie Nusbaum Sensei said, When your upper lats relax, the shoulders may fall back and down a little bit. Some other things may have to fire, which you may not be used to. If it gets too uncomfortable, evaluate it. But my point is, see exactly where that alignment is. And then try to hold those muscles there. Grab a boken. So again, common problem. We see this happen all the time. People hunch their shoulders forward, relax the shoulders back. See what, relax the lats, drop the shoulders just a little bit, and keep them where they are. It's going to feel really unnatural and weird at first. So I'm purposely not raising them up in any way. I'm trying to keep them as low as I possibly can. I'm not suggesting we're going to do every strike like this, but just as an exercise, just as a way of body control. Come on back to the center if you wouldn't mind. So that is my process. So as I evaluate movement and as my instructors evaluate movement, and when I had access to a nage if I was uke, when I had access to an uke if I was nage, as I got feedback from partners, I thought to myself, okay, so I need to change something about myself. Identify what needs to be changed, get control over that, in this case, a muscle or a muscle group, in my case, through stretch, through awareness. As I gained control of that muscle, I can activate when it fires or control when it does not fire, and therefore change my movement. Choate Sensei would tell me very often, whatever you do, do it differently. Do it differently each time. And make sure you know how to do it differently each time. Because then when you have to, you can automatically recall what muscle has to fire for this movement, that movement. Or if I do the same movement, I can fire different muscles and have a different effect each and every time. So it gives me, the pandemic gives me a lot of time to evaluate these things. And I'm just moving from muscle group to muscle group and standard motion to standard motion and just reevaluating. Any thoughts, comments, questions, concerns?
What's the latest thing that you have been, like in particular, can you give us like a particular example of how you've employed that like yesterday?
Sure. So I started with, as I said, the hips and the butt. And I've developed a little bit of a repetitive use injury with a ligament in my knee. So I've had to reevaluate the movements of my upper thigh and my upper body weight on my legs and how I can move my ankle sooner or later to take the stresses off the knee as I rotate and as I turn. Tenkan for a while was actually very uncomfortable and it made me very nervous. So I'm really looking at this. And I'm also looking at how to strengthen muscles around that knee, which can hold it in place much better. And so far it's working. My chiropractor is actually very impressed with how healthy the knee is, considering this ligament is a little bit wonky right now. Any other thoughts, comments, or concerns?
I'd like to share something.
Please.
Okay, this is sort of because it's snow season, and you know, snow season is you shovel snow this way. Now most of the weight of the shovel is on your shovel there, and it's on the front foot. And if I lift from there, the back tends to take a lot of stress because I'm carrying the weight of the shovel plus my body. And what you were saying about keeping the hips underneath, and this goes to what Choate Sensei said yesterday, is that I just extend the back leg, which pushes my center this way, and all of a sudden I relieve the stress because I've got my hips underneath me.
Yes. I do the same thing. I shovel my own walk as well. And actually I've incorporated this, believe it or not, because as you say, when you have that shovel, your body weight can be forward. Now you're picking up a weight that's not only in front of you, but your own body weight. You can extend the leg to get your hips underneath, activate the legs. I mean, just as Ikeda Sensei says, we push a car. We don't push a car this way. Why would we lift something this way? It's foolish. Rather than pick something up, how about why don't I pick something up this way? So when you get that blade full of snow, also you can get smaller amount of snow in your shovel, by the way, just make the weight a little bit lighter. But rather than try to pick this up, or worse, use my back, get the body underneath, forward, lift,
right.
And then
Thank
little
you.
things like that, little things like that. But that's exactly what this process is meant to do. Now, my proof will be in the pudding when I can finally get together and train with people and I can actually see if this is having an effect. I can tell you my body feels more limber. I can move more easier. My posture has increased as evidenced by my work with my chiropractor. I can even sit in an office chair and be much more mindful of all of my postures because again, I've tried to focus on shoulders, glutes, hips, things like this. So I'm using the same process to evaluate a lot of movement and a lot of ways that I carry my body. My hope is that as I continue to evaluate and build this, I'll be able to receive energy from my partner and transfer that through my body and reflect that back much easier because I have built up that pliability and I am not stopping that energy anywhere within me because something is tight, preventing that energy from moving through. Any other additions? Yes.
This is Jim Alvarez.
Hi, Sensei. Yes.
I don't know why I'm feedbacking. Anyway, did you find that you had a problem or you had to find a solution to let that energy pass your knees, get your knees more flexible to accept stuff? I find that that's my problem area. Although I don't have knee problems, really bad knee problems, I do find that that's a place that I tend to sometimes hold, and rather than go, okay, if I just bend my knees and let that go back down to the ground, I'm more springy. But it's a difficult process. So I'm interested to hear what you might have done.
Yeah, I'm still evaluating the work on my knees. I mean, so right now I'm in the stage of kind of taking stress away from them and then reevaluating physically their condition. But as an example, and I don't know if this is indicative to your point, Sensei, but it's my left knee that is the problem. So as I move, just say like a standard tenkan, there can be a tendency as we turn to drag our foot along the floor, which I think can increase that tension because the upper body's twisting, the lower body has to kind of chop along with it. So how can I change, for example, my toes? Therefore, the whole leg can move. How can I do it maybe not so much with a straight leg, bend the leg a little bit more, pick the toes up. So now the weight is on my heel. So as I turn, it's much easier. I mean, I don't know if that answers your question, but this is just part of the exploration that I'm going through right now.
Well, more of my my issues come around taking ukemi. That's where I want. That's where I want that, because you were talking about how you're going to receive it, and you're hoping that after all of this you're going to be able to receive better, and that's I seem to receive until I get to my knees sometimes, and it's like
in my ukemi, and Gary Mark Sensei can probably comment on this because he's observed this in me quite a bit. In my ukemi, when I receive energy, I almost always want to stop it because I want to spit it back to the person. I don't allow it the full chance. I haven't had a joint problem with that necessarily, but Gary Mark Sensei always stops me and says, I can tell that your left shoulder is locked right now. And he's not even touching my shoulder because I've taken that energy here and I really want to throw it back rather than transfer it through. So for me, that has just been a matter of practice. It's just been a matter of repetition and a very helpful partner as well. So as I work with a partner, if someone is helpful enough, then if I stop something, meaning if energy comes in and I stop it because I really want to protect that joint or stop the movement because I'm losing, quote unquote, then I have to really evaluate how do I release that energy within that joint so it flows somewhere else that I can then spit it back to them. It's a practice. It's just a continual feedback loop for me, Sensei.
Thanks.
If there are no other questions or no other observations, thank you so much for the opportunity. Again, Gary, Kay, Craig, really appreciate the opportunity. This was a privilege of mine. It was a privilege of mine to know Kevin Choate Sensei as long as I did. It was an honor to study with him, and his lessons for me were profound, had a very lasting impact, and they will never be forgotten. It's been so much fun to hear all these stories because I always hear new ones and different ones. And it's fun to share those of my own that match up with other people's observations. So thank you again for the time. And as Kevin said, looking forward to happy hour.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully Craig's online. It is my honor to introduce the next instructor, Craig Rice Sensei. I've known him since I was 18. He's been a friend and mentor for pretty much all of that time. When I came to the dojo, he and Sensei were, like, he had already been there for a long time, and he and Sensei were thick as thieves. Like, they would travel together, they would go drink together, they would talk. They were extremely close, almost like brothers. And that was an example to me that a dojo could be much more than just a place to learn. It could be a family. And through all of that, Craig was an extremely dedicated student of Sensei's. Even when Craig's life took him away from Chicago, if Sensei was anywhere within like a 400 or 800 mile radius, Craig was there to see him and follow him. And they still were close, and they still talked even after he moved away. Also, we wouldn't have these seminars if it wasn't for Craig. He started them shortly after Sensei passed and has been a driving force to keep them going throughout the years. So without further ado, Craig Rice Sensei.
How's the sound?
That's good.
Work? Okay. Lighting's all right?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Gary, thank you very much. I think you built me up more than perhaps I needed to, because I didn't even contemplate this seminar this year because of the pandemic and because of my own personal busy schedule. I just thought it wouldn't be able to happen, and then Gary wrote me and said, "I'm doing it," and so we wouldn't be here without Gary, that's for sure. So I want to make sure that we bounce back as much credit as possible for him putting this together, the technology and the organizing and coordinating. So thank you, Gary. And to speak for, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes reminiscing and thinking and hopefully sharing things that either entertain you or bring some different information. Gary said like brothers, and I think I was 19 when I met Kevin Choate Sensei. And I was intrigued and terrified, and he was a true mentor in many ways. And so at first we weren't like brothers. He was more like maybe like a stern uncle. But maybe over the course of 20 some years, we became more like brothers. And And he had an amazing, profound impact on me. And it's really wonderful to be here this weekend with so many people from all over the world who felt their own impact with Choate Sensei, who had a chance to train with him, who invited him to their dojo, whether it was in Seattle, whether it was in Carbondale, whether it was in Orlando, Baltimore, or even in Portugal, Turkey, Latvia, all over the place. And I'm sorry if I missed you, but that's not because I'm not giving you credit. It's just a lot on my mind. A lot of stories this weekend, a lot of wonderful memories this weekend about Choate Sensei and about really our connection to each other, all of us. You know, it's wonderful to see Andrew Vitale and Marcia Turner, to connect with Karen Valenchik from Indiana, and to see people from Seattle. I'm sorry, again, if I'm not naming you, but it's just because I see some faces on the screen, and and that can prompt my memory. But wow, what an opportunity to be able to connect all of us together. And I think about the challenges of the pandemic. And sometimes I think, what would Kevin do? That's for you, Lori. You know, and then I just have to reflect on my own, and what we can do is this isn't forever, and we've come up with ways to continue to practice, even though we have a challenge. We have a new challenge where we don't see each other at seminars and we don't see each other at the dojo. So we're inventing new things like Zoom classes, Zoom seminars, like this one. But when people say, well, how do we do that? And I say, well, I actually went to the Shimbokukai summer seminar. I went to the Milwaukee Midwest Aikido Bridge Seminar in September. I saw my old friend Melissa Bell teach a class like last Saturday, and that was in Florida. But I didn't leave the comfort of my own home for any of these. I went to see Choate Sensei in Bond Street last week. So there's so many opportunities. It's almost overwhelming. Suddenly I can go to more seminars than I've ever been able to go to in some ways. And they're not the same. They're different. But we take what we have and we figure out a way to learn from that. And Kevin Sensei was an innovator. He was so creative. And people say, you know, the external manifestation of that in his dojo, you know, he just was in impeccable detail. The detail of his Kihon Waza, and then the creativity and innovation of his continued practice as he continued to evolve himself. He was always a student first. But as I heard lots of stories this weekend, one story that I wanted to share was another time, kind of like the old folks home, and other areas, other places where Choate Sensei innovated and created was when we had a student come to our dojo, and he was visually impaired, nearly blind, and he wanted to practice, and I just wasn't really sure how we were, you know, gonna integrate him into the Boken classes, and rather than see that as an obstacle, Choate Sensei immediately modified all the ASU Boken kata that we did at the time, so that he could do them with my friend Alex, who became a very good friend over the years. And once again, I saw Kevin Sensei innovate and create in a way that astounded me. And so, you know, rather than tell you the stories, I wish I could show you, and you know, I don't even understand all of it myself. But it was amazing to see, and he did that he did it regularly. We went to a seminar, someplace where he taught a seminar, and on Friday night, or they showed us the movie at the seminar party was Jackie Chan's Drunken Master. And so the next day, Kevin Sensei did Drunken Master technique for the seminar. Watches the movie for an hour and 20 minutes, and then he's teaching drunken master. Or he'd take a look at a judo book. Now I'll look at the book and I'll turn it 5 different ways and figure out where you put your foot. And he would look at it, close it, and say, okay. And then he'd teach the technique. So always blew my mind just exactly how he could put it all together instantly. But what I think we all have experienced at some level, and that we all realize and know at some level, was he had an ability to recognize and he recognized distinct movement. He would analyze and recognize distinct movement in a way where he would come back after summer camp and he'd say, okay, we're going to work on something, maybe it would be Ikkyo, but this is Saotome Sensei, this is Aikido Sensei, this is Duran Sensei, this is another teacher. And he was able to take it apart and then show you what each of them were doing. And that was something that always struck me as very important, to be able to analyze and recognize distinct technique, distinct movement. So we don't just go to the dojo and do Ikkyo, because that's the way I learned it, but to be able to see different ways of doing it, and not one way is the right way necessarily, but there was this is what Saotome Sensei was showing us, and this is what Duran Sensei was showing us, and they're completely different, but they were both valid training concepts. And so he would develop that as well. So that is something that has really struck with me, and I know that I'm not telling you anything new, but want to share that. I started Aikido at the University of Chicago in 1989. I was a first-year undergrad student, and a friend of mine dragged me to the dojo. Basically, I was interested in starting a martial art, but I didn't know which one. And he said, "Oh, I read about Aikido. I heard it's cool." So we went. A short time later, it was the University of Chicago, so they had 4 classes a week, 4 different instructors from almost 4 different organizations. So it was kind of the university experiment, in the sense that it would expose you to a lot of different types of Aikido. And so pretty soon thereafter, there was a seminar with a few names that I'd never maybe heard of but didn't know anything about. So the first person to teach was I think maybe a Key Society instructor or something like that. And then there was another class, and I was training and having fun. And then I started training with this guy, and he was working with me, and he says, "Close your eyes." And I'm like, "What?" He says, "Just close your eyes." So I closed my eyes, and then he said, "That doesn't work." I thought, what's he trying to teach me? Who is this guy? What's he trying to teach me? Well, after that class, I sat down, and the next instructor gets up to teach, and it's this guy, Choate Sensei. So that was the first time that I'd ever met him or experienced him, and I was trying to figure out for a long time what he was trying to teach me, and I realized at some point that he wasn't trying to teach me anything. He was checking something for himself, and he wanted to check to see if something with my eyes would work. So because he didn't want to deceive himself that a technique would work in a particular way, and so he wasn't teaching me anything. He was just trying to figure it out for himself. And so another thing that he taught us, I think, not directly, but is that it's easy at some level to deceive ourselves. We open a dojo, we start teaching or showing people what the right way to do techniques are, and pretty soon we stop learning. And so one wonderful thing about Choate Sensei was that he was always a student first. He was always a student before he was anybody's teacher. He was studying himself and learning himself. And if you were willing to come along for the ride, he'd take you. But he never thought of himself as the teacher, really. Maybe later on, but that was an important concept. So anyway, I've talked a lot, and if anybody has anything that they want to, you know, throw things in the chat, you can throw ideas out at me. Kay Sandach used imaginary partners. We're all using imaginary partners, but she talked about imaginary partners. Imaginary friends. I was someone's imaginary friend once, so I'm good. The nice thing about having an imaginary partner is that, you know, the pandemic is giving us these challenges, but they also give us the benefit to do other things. So when we were kids, we would imagine anything in the world and we'd play a game, and it would be, you know, it would be a great way to spend time. It's snow days. So we're having some snow days now with the pandemic. So we don't have to imagine one single partner. You can imagine any partner and every partner. He can be giant and strong. He can be nimble and fast. And depending on what you're working on, you may change your imaginary partner. And it's not always going to be the same partner. So keep that in mind. You have a dojo full of imaginary partners right with you all the time. So there's been so many great teachers with so many great concepts this weekend. I feel like, man, the last hour of this seminar, it's sort of like they've already covered everything. So maybe we just wrap it up right here. The concepts that we've talked about all weekend, there's, you know, things that resonate with me from each and every class that we've had. You know, one thing Choate Sensei says was that Kevin showed up to summer camp with this book, and it was the I can't remember the title, The Fathers of the Desert. And I know that when I got on an airplane with Choate Sensei to go someplace to a seminar, he always had a book, and they were usually not light reading. At one point, he had the book of every muscle and bone in the hand, so that he could study each little piece of the hand, fingers, metacarpals, joints, every little piece. So that resonated with me. We had people showing us so many wonderful things. So let me just jump into a couple of ideas. The one thing that people are talking about a lot is the chain, because the chain was it was more recent. But I think that maybe he was exploring with whips before he explored with chains. We'll leave it at that. But for example, if we wanted to, you're welcome to move, or if you just want to take notes. Mikhail Dzondzua Sensei from Riga was talking about opening your hips, and he had a partner that he could work with. I don't have a partner, so bear with me. But one of the things that from Left Hominy that Sensei was working on, maybe in the mid 90s, was receiving. Sorry, from Left Hominy was receiving a katatedori attack, and then opening those hips and whipping his partner. And so the opposite would be that. And let's see if I can show you from. Or do the same. And really just expanding rapidly, opening those hips and letting your partner fly. And it was really about this whip motion, this opening your hips and letting everything open and be relaxed. So it wasn't a pull, it wasn't a fight, it wasn't a tug. If you've got a partner at home and you want to try it, try it. I think Rob and Karen are the lucky ones. The rest of us, we can try it on our own if you want. But essentially, you're opening your hips like Dzondzua Sensei was this morning, and I know that Miguel from Portugal was even working on something like this when he had a partner. But this one, and if you're in a tight space, careful, don't knock over your favorite vase. But that concept of, go ahead and try it for a minute, just to open your hips. And if you want to just practice what Mikhail was doing this morning, it's the same concept, but try to open and let it swing. And of course, it's about coordinating it all so it's moving together. So it's not just your arm, and that you're letting go of all the tension and the struggle that there is. So that you can basically throw it. And I think that that was like the end of the whip. So, and then there were certainly, does that make sense? Does anybody have any? Sorry, I can't see you on that screen, so I have to look over here to see you. So then you can do that. That's the horizontal whip. And then if you ever saw Karate Kid, there was the painting, which actually became the vertical whip. So then someone would try a katatedori grab, and Choate Sensei would lift his hand to catch or drop, up, down. So again, you get this whip feeling. And if you prefer a Karate Kid reference, you can paint the fence. But and again, you can, and we did some rowing exercise earlier. So you can shift your body up, down, forward, backward. You can play with that. So again, you're integrating your whole system. So it's not just your arm moving. It should be the concept of your whole body is moving your hand, whether it's forward and backward, up and down, or all of the above. Oh yeah, Calvin and Ruth, they get partners too. That's nice. So I think there was horizontal whip, and then there was vertical whip, and then maybe later there were chain. I mean, there were definitely chains later. So I don't think it's something that only Sistema brought to Choate Sensei's Aikido, and I don't think that it's something that he only started working on in the last 8 to 10 years of his life. I think that he'd been exploring these movements that change our position and change how we bear weight, because a whip without weight is different than a whip with weight. And we're going to talk a little bit about integrating weight as well. But before, one thing I'll add to the whip is that then you could lift one leg and drop the leg. And this goes back to something that Trace Sensei was saying yesterday about dropping your weight. This was lifting your feet to your hips, and that lowered your body. And this, we were on this concept of, or we were talking and discussing the concept of how you can lower your weight quickly. So if you just relax and drop your weight, what happens? So that same concept, I saw Kevin Sensei integrate into a lot of training exercises, and one was even this thing that we're working on now. As you lift a leg, as you lower the leg, that'll help you integrate your whole body, maybe. And so the feeling that I get when I'm dropping this foot is similar to one that I actually mentioned it yesterday a little bit. Kevin Sensei he gave an example of, he said, yeah, you imagine there's a hole in front of you and you step into it. You step in that hole, your whole body drops. You don't move your body down. You don't press your body into the hole. You don't see the hole. You don't even know it's there. And then suddenly you're in it. Your weight drops without thought, without any kind of trying to make it happen. It just happens. So it's very similar to what Trace was saying yesterday about relaxing and dropping. And I feel like that is something that we worked on a lot for some years. And I spent a long time, and maybe still do at certain times, is stepping into a hole at the moment of contact every time somebody would grab you. So the second, or they touch you, the second that they touch you, you step in a hole. So if you're lucky enough to have a partner, you could have your partner grab you right now, and then they could be a katatedori or katadori, whatever you think. And you just step in a hole in front of you. Again, the weight just drops. Or if you wanted to try to integrate what Trace Sensei was talking about yesterday, the moment of contact, you could have them, you could lift your feet to your hips. And it's just a training exercise. It doesn't, I don't think that stepping in a hole is necessarily going to be the best way to resolve actual conflict, but it's a training exercise that if you take for a while and you integrate it into some of your training, whether it's stepping in the hole in front of you, stepping in a hole behind you, or just dropping, lifting your feet up to your hips like Trace was, I think that it's something that's worth exploring and playing with. I noticed that when I step in a hole quickly, especially if someone's grabbing me, that the point of contact doesn't necessarily go down. It might, depending on it might, depending on what your goal is. If you make a connection and you're dropping everyone, you take it with you. On the other hand, if you're holding something in your hands and you step in a hole, it sort of naturally comes here because your body has to compensate. Let's say you're holding a weight and you drop your weight, then say the weight's in front of you a little bit, you're carrying some logs in for the fire, it's cold now, and you step in a hole, it naturally comes closer and up. Because it's the way that our body works. So we have weight in our elbows and we have the ability to bear weight, to weight load. If you step in a hole and it's in front of you, you leave it in front of you, your weight will go, your balance will go, and you'll fall forward. But if you step in a hole and you maintain the weight, then you keep it on your structure. And then you can move, right? If the weight's out here, it's hard to move, right? simple exercise. You guys have probably done anything like this, lots of things like this before, but if you hold the weight out here and try to walk around, it's really difficult. So if you put the weight on your structure, either here, here, on your head, you can move. And so being able to bear weight is an important concept. You can't really see my feet, but I'm moving them freely. And all weekend we've been talking about moving freely, whether it was with a Joe or open hand or bokens or imaginary partners or what have you. So when you step in a hole and the weight naturally comes up, there's something to observe about our structure there. There's also another part of this where the weight's already down and they touch you, and you step in the hole and you take your partner down with you. So I'm not saying that there's only one way to do this. It's just different ways to think about training concepts. So I think I've got some little smaller weights as well here. If you have weights and you're going to use them, make sure that you're using them in a safe way. So for example, I was showing you a 15-pound weight, and if I did something like this, I wouldn't do it with a 15-pound weight because that would be really bad for my shoulders. So I'm not going to recommend that for anyone, although you may be strong and you may be able to do that. So keep that in mind as you're doing any exercise with the weights, that you're thinking about your own personal capacity and you're not hurting yourself, because I don't want anybody to do anything that hurts themselves. But when our elbows are down, we can support weight. When your elbow comes out, it's harder if you do this with a 5-pound weight or a 3-pound weight or whatever's comfortable for you, so that it's not heavy and dangerous and painful, but so that you can feel it in your trapezius and in your supraspinata and in the shoulder muscles that are up here, that are little muscles that aren't designed to pick up big heavy objects. And when you're holding that out like that for very long at all, you'll notice that your shoulder's going to get really tired. So again, I know that I'm not telling you anything new, but it's an interesting exploration. So as you bear weight on your body, elbows are down. Weight is in our elbows. So I know I've heard that, and I heard that in Choate Sensei classes. I know they talk about that in other martial arts. Weight in your tailbone, weight in your elbows, naturally supporting your structure, but then other weight. Primarily in our case, the structure, our structure would have to support our partner's weight. So you can't lift 150 or 180 or even a 220-pound partner this way, because this shoulder muscle isn't designed for it. So when the weight is down, when your elbow's down under the weight, and then your whole structure can work. Again, anytime that you're using weights and you're using a safe amount for your own body, test your movement, see if you can move. If you put them over here and you try to move, you'll notice a difference in the quality of movement. Hold them out there, you'll notice a difference in the quality of movement. Here, I can move my feet. And certainly we talked about people moving their feet this weekend, whether it was with a Joe, but the freedom of movement, or open-handed. Freedom of movement was very important. If you're just holding the weights here, same thing. If you tilt your body forward, it's going to be harder. So you find the structure that works so that you can move your feet. And one thing that we did, that Choate Sensei did in classes, would often say, okay,
perform a technique and then stop someplace. As you start to throw your partner, can you move? Or as your partner starts to throw you, can you move? So a lot of times we're doing some kind of a movement like this, and we're way out here. If you put a weight in your hand, you can feel that start to shake, and you can feel that structure, and you know that you can't move without resetting your body. So figure out ways that you can, now your elbows down, you can support weight, and then you can move your feet. And so every time, so there's a, you may decide to take that little bit and spend 6 weeks or 6 months with it. It's certainly something you can try at home with weights and move your body around. But then later when you get to practice with partners again, or if you're lucky enough to have one at home, guys, then see what that feels like to you as you attempt to perform a technique like this kokyunage, you're moving, and then you want to throw your partner, and so you're pushing, and then you notice that it's this muscle doing a lot of work, right? Can you hold a weight and then drop that weight to the ground with your body and still be able to support it, still be able to move? So one thing that we could try a little bit is just some basic blocking. So as we block, initially, I'm just putting the hand right in front of my face, right on the center line. Left or right, doesn't matter. At this moment, I'm not using my hip. I'm not using anything else. Just the hand goes right here in front of my body. All right, not to block like this. It's up in front. And then once you have your hand on your center line, you can turn your body just a little bit. And you'll notice if you look at yourself in the mirror, or if your partner is actually punching you or grabbing your shoulder, you could see the shift. So right now I'm doing it in this 1-2. But later you can make it one movement so that it's already happening. Your hips turning as you move your body. And then you could integrate into that as you are bringing your hand up and turning your hip. You can still continue to, at contact. I don't know if this works or not, but if you can rig a Joe or a pool noodle, but at contact, you're still moving up. All right, and this is exaggerated movement. Ultimately, you won't see a Choate Sensei come all the way up like this, but this is for training purposes. If we're lifting on the strike, our opponent's moving upward a little bit. So then as that goes up and we shift over, then weight can come down. And that creates the bump that Ion Sensei was talking about yesterday morning. It creates the Choate Sensei is talking about moving the ball from here to there, and your center goes up, over, down, up, over, down. So up, and then the advantage of a pool noodle is it moves a little bit. This is a Joe isn't flexible. Up, over, down, up, over, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So in the context of a punch, a strike, or a shoulder grab, you can see where this is up, and as your hip is turning, you're coming back down. And if you want to take your weight and put it into this exercise, then you can test yourself all the way through it, right? If I block like this, movement originates in my shoulder. It's very slow and ultimately painful. So can I lift, turn, lift, turn? All right, that's the simple version. Lift, and keep lifting and turning. So then the advantage for me when I get to the up and over part is, what do you do to go down, right? If you press your arm down, then look, suddenly you're using the shoulder muscle again. And if you have a partner, it's easy for you to feel that when you're resisting your partner, and your partner doesn't go anywhere. It's not having a real impact on them. But with a weight in your hand, since we're training at home all alone, well, most of us, is as you come up, you don't want to lift this because you can immediately start to feel it. You usually, in my case, you can feel the shake. But you come up and over, and then the weight drops without me moving the weight. Gravity does that work, really. I mean, the training exercise so that we're getting rid of the habit of trying to move our partner here. Something has to happen at this end. Well, the only thing that really has to happen is that you have to release. So we talked about tension and release this weekend, but ultimately gravity is doing most of this work. And then if you want, you can incorporate stepping into a hole with or without the weight. So if you don't have a weight, just step in the hole and let this go down. But I think you got to practice and try it for yourselves, but I think the weight stays in your elbow the whole time. Because if that elbow ever comes up, you're starting to use muscle. From here, you can drop this way, or if you have a weight in your hand, you drop that way. But the elbow doesn't come up. The elbow stays down, the weight drops. Here it looks like. Up, over, down. And it's just a concept that's worth exploring if you're interested in this kind of stuff. So let's see. So being able to bear weight, and in fact, you can integrate that into just about all of your techniques if you want to try it. I have taught entire weekends of just using a weight to try all of your techniques. So basically, if you're going to do ikkyo, you know, you've got your elbow down and you're able to hold the weight the whole time. Here, not trying to push my arm way out there. Here, turn down. So then you find out where the weight goes by itself and how your body can carry it. Or okay, Rudisil taught a whole class on bearing weight in Tenkan earlier this summer. So hopefully it's on YouTube and hopefully she can repeat that again. But the similar concept in taking the weight for your whole class and then making sure that you're checking in with your own body and your own structure so that when you do this technique and you find out you're over here like this, that you're bearing a lot of power, you're using your shoulder for a lot of power that you don't realize. So, for example, we'll see if I can set this up. If it's a katate dori, I come cross, catch the hand and drop. Not sure that you guys can visualize that. I'm not sure that the concept in my brain, if I can do it justice to show this right. But let's say it's let's stick with a kata dori. Kata dori, the side, and then you drop, exposing their arm, and then you could do kotegaish, for example. Again, as you're try to show it from different angles. So by using the weight, you can let it decide what's dropping and where, and whether it's naturally dropping or you're trying to make it drop or you're trying to make it go someplace. Because the weight all by itself wants to go someplace. Gravity's going to help you with that. Watch your toes. It will go there because it wants to go there all by itself. It doesn't need me to put it anywhere. Questions, thoughts on weight, on any of this? I don't have any answers, but.
I don't see any questions in the chat. Just Christy Lee mentioned, love that idea of being able to imagine working with anyone.
Yeah, that's the beauty of playing all by yourself at home. Is you can create whatever game you want, I guess. Just as long as we're not completely deceiving ourselves later on when we go back to the dojo, we have to try certain things and see if they work. All right, well, I'm going to just do one other thing. I guess the thing that that I frequently think about is with structure, is I think, does this look like a martial art? All right. And if you visualize something different, it doesn't have to be, does this look like, a martial art? Does it look like ballet? Does it look balanced? And I'm not a ballet person, sorry, Marcia and other people who know it much better than I do. But you could be visualizing a matador, these are, and so, and at the end of a movement, at the end of, or maybe it's not the end, maybe it's in the middle, maybe it's at the beginning, but the structure is such that it's functional the entire time. So whether a ballet person doesn't put themselves in a position that they can't move or take the next step. But a lot of times I know for me, I've tried to, I've tried to convolute a technique in such a way that when I'm done, my body is not in a position that has structure that would bear weight, structure that would allow me to provide power, or structure that just allows me to move at the end of it. So, so a lot of, so I'm just going to go back to really simple, basic, hopefully not too complicated stuff here. It's just the idea that, all right, let's see. Yeah, basically I'll just take a square stance and so I'm sweeping with my right hand, catching with my left hand. All right, this is a basic martial arts block. You've probably done it, probably seen it. It looks a lot like and actually is Irimi Nage. But we'll get to that in a minute. So then if you think about that, that basic movement, you could try to I mean, it's basically integrate some of this. So I guess what caused me to think about this was I'll go places and train and people go, how come you pull your hand back like you're going to punch somebody? Yeah, well, my teacher did it. That's part of the reason. But more than just the imitation of form, then I explored the why of the form and what's functional about that. And I think about in Irimi having a next step. So what's the next thing that I can do? And I don't have to hit my partner necessarily, but if I'm moving this poles apart, this is a component of opening up. If I just push my partner out with his arm, maybe I'm not getting the full power of this opening everything. Or to put it, maybe, I'm not sure yet, I put it into terms that Aikido Sensei is using in his Zoom classes, is that the ball goes out. Maybe the ball goes out and the ball goes in two directions. Catch and turn. So I'm thinking that the stretching them out part, this has a function. So just moving this hand maybe is leaving this side of my body unengaged or disengaged. I have a very slick floor here, so I'm trying to stay upright. And so when I went past the, oh, I do this because my teacher did it, and I explore the form, I say, okay, but there's some function to the form. And then again, integrating the other parts of what we've done here today is can I step after I do this? Doesn't matter from which direction I go. Later on, maybe you do this technique and enter and you move your partner. But for now, it's just the concept of, can I move my feet? And can I bear weight? So I think we've seen a lot of people, or if you watch me, at some point, you've seen me try to avoid the grab. But again, if you try to do this with a weight in your arm, you'll find that suddenly it's different. And so it may be worth exploring with a weight in your hand or a weight in both hands. Just another idea as you are at home training by yourself or in different circumstances, maybe a smaller room, smaller space. It's too cold to go out back now or to go out to the park. So just some things that you can do if you're dropping your weight and catching weight. Olympic weightlifters have been doing that for a long time. If you can bear weight, if you can move your feet, and if you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, that's what I visualize. That's the matador that I visualize, my inner matador, or my inner ballerina, or my inner martial artist, whatever you're visualizing, check it and make sure that it is realistic, because we can deceive others, and you can figure that out, but deceiving yourself is sometimes easier to do than people realize. And so check yourself, look in the mirror. Mirrors are great. Ask your partner, as Choate Sensei says, use ukes who will challenge you, not just go where you want them to go all the time. There's a time and a place for everything, but that's what I will share with you today. I mean, hopefully you guys had as much fun this weekend as I did. I really had a warm feeling of all these people coming together from all over the world to celebrate a wonderful man who studied hard and brought us some really wonderful Aikido and some really wonderful training exercises. Being inspired was a difficult thing for me. After Kevin Sensei died, I was afraid that I just decided that I probably would not be able to be inspired about Aikido anymore. And so, it took a little bit of time to get through that. And there are a lot of great people out there. I spend as much time as possible watching Choate Sensei and training with him because he inspires me. And ultimately, it's my responsibility to invigorate my own training and inspire myself at some level. So an event like this has really inspired me. So thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say.
You do have a comment in the chat. For me, the movement of the fist by the hip feels a lot like an Iaido movement derived from making enough space to draw a sword that is a bit long for you to give you more reach. That is exactly where the hand would be when drawing the sword. I wonder if this crept into open hand technique from closed hand techniques. That was Patricia Anderson.
Well, it's an interesting observation. I thank you for making it. If anyone has a thought on that, there are people out there who train Iaido and teach Iaido. Lisa Sensei, for example, has Iaido classes online, and she may have a thought or a comment. But if you find that, Patricia, then I'm glad that you find it. I can't say much about it.
Well, thank you very much. And you got a couple of comments in the chat. Thank yous.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Good class. Great class.
Thank you, Craig.
And I think I will be posting, we do have happy hour again in about 5 minutes, or whenever you want to jump into these different rooms. There's only one other room we're going to do tonight. We're going to do the chip in and the main dojo. So I posted those into the chat. Little bit of happy hour in case anybody wants to continue sharing stories about Kevin Choate Sensei. And thanks again for your class and everybody who taught on this seminar. It's been really great. Gary, I don't know if you wanted to say something.
I'd like to thank everybody for showing up.